The Lex Imperialis emerged during the Great Crusade as humanity's first truly universal legal framework, a codification of laws intended to bind together every human world brought into compliance under the Emperor's rule. Before the Emperor's grand project of reunification, humanity existed in a fractured state across the galaxy, each world developing its own legal traditions, governmental structures, and cultural norms during the long isolation of Old Night. The Lex Imperialis represented the Emperor's vision of creating a unified legal foundation that could accommodate the vast diversity of human civilization while maintaining essential standards necessary for the Imperium's function. The establishment of this legal framework occurred gradually as the Great Crusade expanded outward from Terra. The Emperor did not impose a single monolithic legal code that erased all local traditions. Instead, the Lex Imperialis functioned as a supreme framework, establishing non-negotiable principles that every imperial world must follow, while permitting considerable variation in local governance and customs. This approach proved necessary given the sheer scale of the Imperium and the impossibility of administering detailed laws across thousands, then hundreds of thousands of worlds from a single central authority. The core tenets of the Lex Imperialis addressed fundamental requirements for imperial membership. Worlds must acknowledge the Emperor's sovereignty and the authority of Terra. They must provide tithes as assessed by the Administratum, whether in manpower, materiel, or other resources. They must permit the Adeptus Astra Militarum to recruit from their populations when levies are called. They must allow the Adeptus Mechanicus access to technology and manufacturing capabilities. They must not harbor psychers outside approved imperial institutions. They must not engage in specific prohibited practices, including certain forms of genetic manipulation, artificial intelligence research, and any dealings with xenos species beyond what imperial authorities explicitly permit. Beyond these universal mandates, planetary governors maintained extensive authority to establish and enforce local law codes. A feudal world might operate under hereditary nobility with complex codes of honor and obligation, while a hive world's laws might focus on population control and industrial output quotas. An agri-world could maintain traditional farming communities with customs unchanged for millennia, provided they met their tithe obligations. This flexibility allowed the Imperium to incorporate worlds with radically different cultures, from savage feral worlds to sophisticated civilized planets with ancient legal traditions. Conflicts between local customs and imperial mandates occurred regularly throughout the Great Crusade and continued in the millennia that followed. The mechanisms for resolving these conflicts depended on the nature and severity of the contradiction. Minor conflicts typically fell within the purview of planetary governors, who held responsibility for ensuring their worlds remained compliant with imperial law while managing local governance. Governors who successfully balanced these demands maintained their positions. Those who failed faced removal, either through official channels or through the more direct intervention of imperial forces. More serious conflicts required intervention from higher imperial authorities. The Adeptus Terra maintained representatives throughout the Imperium who monitored compliance with the Lex Imperialis. These officials ranged from relatively minor functionaries who verified tithe payments to powerful individuals who could override planetary governments when imperial interests demanded it. The Administratum's vast bureaucratic apparatus processed countless reports, petitions, and disputes from across the galaxy, determining which matters required attention and which could be safely ignored. The Adeptus Terra's role in interpreting and enforcing the Lex Imperialis expanded dramatically after the Horus Heresy. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor and his Primarchs provided direct oversight of imperial expansion and governance. The War Master coordinated military campaigns, while the Council of Terra managed administrative functions. This system functioned adequately when the Imperium remained relatively compact and communication with Terra remained possible within reasonable timeframes. The heresy shattered this arrangement, killing billions and devastating vast regions of imperial space. The Emperor's internment in the Golden Throne removed his direct guidance, forcing the Imperium's surviving leadership to develop new methods of governance. the Administratum emerged as the primary bureaucratic organ responsible for managing the Imperium's day-to-day functions. This organization grew from earlier administrative bodies into a sprawling hierarchy of departments, sub-departments, offices, and bureaus that employed billions of scribes, clerks, assessors, and officials across the galaxy. The Administratum's responsibilities encompassed everything from tithe assessment to population tracking, from maintaining shipping routes to allocating military resources. Within this vast structure, specific departments focused on legal interpretation and enforcement of the Lex Imperialis. The Adeptus Arbites stood as the most visible enforcers of imperial law, a galaxy-spanning organization of heavily armed and armored law enforcement personnel. The Arbites concerned themselves exclusively with violations of the Lex Imperialis itself, not local planetary laws. A murder committed under local jurisdiction remained a matter for planetary authorities. That same murder, if it involved imperial officials, disrupted tithe collection, or threatened imperial interests, became an Arbites matter. The Arbites maintained fortress precincts on major worlds, from which their judges and enforcers operated with authority superseding local law enforcement. Arbites judges combined law enforcement, judicial, and executive functions in single individuals. A judge could investigate crimes, pass sentence, and execute punishment without requiring approval from other authorities. This concentration of power reflected the practical necessities of enforcing law across interstellar distances where communication delays could span months or years. Judges received extensive training in the Lex Imperialis and its interpretation, though the complexity of imperial law meant that even veteran judges frequently consulted massive legal archives when addressing unusual situations. The Administratum's legal departments operated on a different scale, addressing systemic issues rather than individual crimes. These bureaucrats interpreted how the Lex Imperialis applied to specific situations, issued rulings on conflicts between imperial mandates and local practices, and established precedents that guided future decisions. The process of legal interpretation within the Administratum involved layers of officials reviewing petitions, consulting archives of previous rulings, and drafting responses that might take decades to finalize. A planetary governor seeking clarification on whether a local custom violated imperial law might wait years for an official response, during which the custom might continue or be suspended based on the governor's own judgment. The integration of the cult Imperialis into imperial legal precedent represented a significant evolution of the Lex Imperialis that occurred long after the Great Crusade's end. During the Great Crusade and the heresy, the emperor explicitly rejected worship and promoted an imperial truth based on reason and scientific understanding. The emperor's internment changed this situation dramatically. Without the emperor's active presence to enforce his secular vision, worship of the emperor spread rapidly throughout the Imperium. The ecclesiarchy, formerly known as the Adeptus Ministorum, grew from these religious movements to become one of the Imperium's most powerful institutions. The age of apostasy in the 36th millennium marked the crisis point in the relationship between the ecclesiarchy and imperial governance. Goj Vander, who held the positions of both master of the Administratum and ecclesiarch, wielded unprecedented power and ruled as a tyrant whose excesses nearly tore the Imperium apart. His reign ended in bloodshed when Sebastian Thor led a Reformation movement that restored order and established new limits on ecclesiarchal authority. The decree passive forbade the ecclesiarchy from maintaining men under arms, though this restriction led to the creative solution of the order's militant of the Adeptus Arbites, the all-female military forces commonly known as the Sisters of Battle. Following the age of apostasy, the ecclesiarchy's position within imperial governance became formalized in ways that fundamentally altered how the Lex Imperialis functioned. Religious doctrine became inseparable from legal precedent. The imperial creed, as interpreted and promulgated by the ecclesiarchy, gained legal force. Heresy, defined as deviation from approved religious doctrine, became one of the most serious violations of imperial law. The Inquisition, though technically independent of the ecclesiarchy, worked closely with the Adeptus Ministorum to identify and eliminate religious threats to the Imperium. This integration of religious and secular law created additional layers of complexity in the relationship between imperial mandates and local customs. A planetary tradition that seemed innocuous from a purely administrative perspective might constitute heresy from a religious standpoint. The ecclesiarchy maintained missionaries, preachers, and confessors throughout the Imperium who monitored religious observance and reported deviations from approved doctrine. Conflicts between ecclesiarchal authorities and planetary governments occurred regularly, with the ecclesiarchy often wielding sufficient influence to override local preferences in matters of religious practice. The Ministorum's power extended beyond simple religious oversight. The ecclesiarchy controlled vast wealth accumulated through tithes, donations, and centuries of acquisition. It maintained the Schola Progenium, training institutions that educated orphans of imperial servants and produced many of the Imperium's officials, officers, and specialists. It operated the Missionaris Galaxia, sending missionaries to newly discovered or recently reclaimed worlds to establish proper worship of the Emperor. Through these various functions, the ecclesiarchy became deeply embedded in imperial governance, its influence touching nearly every aspect of life in the Imperium. The practical result of these developments meant that by the 41st millennium, the Lex Imperialis existed as a complex amalgamation of the Emperor's original legal framework, millennia of administrative precedent, and ecclesiarchal doctrine. No single document contained the complete Lex Imperialis. Instead, it existed in countless archives, legal commentaries, administrative rulings, and religious texts scattered across the galaxy. Interpreting this body of law required specialists who devoted their entire lives to studying specific aspects of imperial jurisprudence. Even then, contradictions and ambiguities remained common, resolved through appeals to higher authorities, consultation of ancient precedents, or simply through the judgment of whoever held power in a given situation. The Senatorum Imperialis represents the pinnacle of imperial legislative authority, a body of 12 individuals known collectively as the High Lords of Terra, who govern humanity's vast interstellar domain from the throne world itself. These 12 seats constitute the supreme decision-making authority in the Imperium, second only to the Emperor himself, though the Emperor's confinement within the Golden Throne means the High Lords exercise practical sovereignty over imperial policy and law. The composition of the Senatorum follows a structure established in the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, when the Imperium's surviving leadership recognized the need for a formal governing body to manage an empire that had grown too vast for any single individual or informal council to administer effectively. The Senatorum includes both permanent and contested seats, a distinction that reflects the political realities of imperial governance. Certain positions automatically grant their holders a seat among the High Lords due to the fundamental importance of their organizations to the Imperium's survival. The Master of the Administratum commands the vast bureaucratic apparatus that manages the Imperium's day-to-day functions, controlling information flow, resource allocation, and the assessment of tithes across millions of worlds. The Ecclesiarch leads the Adeptus Ministorum and speaks for the imperial cult, wielding spiritual authority over countless billions of faithful. The Fabricator General of Mars represents the Adeptus Mechanicus, the tech priests of the machine god whose monopoly on advanced technology makes their cooperation essential for imperial military and industrial capacity. The Inquisitorial Representative carries the authority of the Inquisition, that secretive organization charged with identifying and eliminating threats to the Imperium from within and without. The Grand Master of Assassins controls the Officio Assassinorum, the Emperor's sanctioned killers who operate in absolute secrecy to eliminate specific targets when conventional military force proves impractical or impossible. The Captain General of the Adeptus Custodes commands the Emperor's personal guardians, the golden armored warriors who have protected the Master of Mankind since the unification wars on Terra. The Master of the Astronomicon oversees the psychic beacon that makes warp travel possible throughout the Imperium, a position of critical importance given that the Astronomicon's failure would fragment the Imperium beyond any hope of reunification. These permanent seats reflect organizations whose functions prove so vital that excluding them from the highest levels of imperial governance would be unthinkable. However, the Senatorum includes additional seats that various imperial institutions compete to fill. The Lord Commander Militant of the Astra Militarum typically holds a seat, representing the Imperium's vast conventional military forces. The Grand Provost Marshal of the Adeptus Arbites often sits among the High Lords, speaking for law enforcement and the direct application of the Lex Imperialis. The Paternoval Envoy of the Navigators represents the Navigator houses, whose members make interstellar travel possible. The Master of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica controls the Imperium's communication network and the training of sanctioned psychers. The contested nature of these latter seats means their occupants change based on political circumstances, personal influence, and the relative importance of different imperial institutions at particular moments in history. A period of intense military campaigning might see multiple military commanders among the High Lords, while times of internal crisis could elevate officials focused on domestic security and administration. The Lord Commander of Segmentum Solar has held a seat during various periods, as has the Abbess Sanctorum of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Cardinal of the Holy Synod of Terra, and the Speaker for the Chartist Captains. The lack of formal rules governing these contested seats means their allocation depends on tradition, political maneuvering, and occasionally outright force. The High Lords exercise their legislative authority through several mechanisms, each carrying different weight and scope across the Imperium's vast territories. Writs of authority represent the most sweeping form of High Lord decree, documents that grant specific individuals or organizations extraordinary powers to act in the Imperium's name. A writ of authority might empower an imperial commander to requisition resources from any imperial world in a given sector, override local governors, and execute summary justice against those who obstruct their mission. These writs typically emerge during crises requiring rapid, decisive action without the delays inherent in normal imperial bureaucracy. The bearer of such a writ effectively acts as an extension of the High Lords themselves, their authority superseding nearly all other imperial officials within the writ's defined scope. High mandates function as binding legislative declarations that establish new policies or modify existing ones across segmentum-wide or even galaxy-spanning jurisdictions. A high mandate might establish new tithe rates in response to military emergencies, authorize the creation of new Space Marine chapters during a founding, or reorganize administrative structures within the Administratum itself. These mandates carry the full force of imperial law and require compliance from all imperial subjects and institutions. The process of issuing a high mandate involves deliberation among the High Lords, though the details of their decision-making remain obscure to outsiders. The Senatorum conducts its business behind closed doors within the imperial palace, and information about their debates, disagreements, and internal politics rarely reaches the wider Imperium. Edicts of compliance represent targeted legislative instruments addressing specific situations or worlds. When a planetary government drifts too far from acceptable imperial practice, when local customs conflict with the Lex Imperialis, or when a world requires formal reintegration into the Imperium after a period of isolation, the High Lords may issue an Edict of Compliance. These edicts outline exactly what changes the target world must implement to remain in good standing with Terra. They might mandate the suppression of specific religious practices deemed heretical, require the establishment of administratum offices where none previously existed, or demand the execution of planetary leaders whose governance proved unacceptable. Failure to comply with such edicts typically results in imperial military intervention, ranging from Arbites enforcement actions to full-scale Astra Militarum invasions, depending on the severity of non-compliance. The High Lord's legislative authority, while theoretically absolute, faces practical limitations imposed by distance, communication delays, and the autonomy of certain imperial organizations. The Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, maintain a particularly complex relationship with the Senatorum's authority. The Space Marine chapters trace their origins to the Emperor's own genetic work and the Primarchs who led the Great Crusade. Following the Horus Heresy, Robute Guilliman's reforms divided the original Space Marine legions into smaller chapters, each nominally independent and self-governing. These chapters swear loyalty to the Emperor and defend the Imperium, but they do not answer to the High Lords in the same way as other Imperial military forces. A Space Marine chapter master commands his warriors according to his own judgment, informed by his chapter's traditions, the tactical situation, and his interpretation of the Imperium's needs. The High Lords cannot simply order a chapter to deploy to a specific war zone or undertake a particular mission. Instead, they must request assistance, provide information about threats requiring attention, and hope that chapter masters choose to respond. Some chapters maintain closer relationships with the Senatorum and respond readily to requests for aid. Others operate with near-complete independence, appearing when and where they determine the Imperium faces the greatest danger. This autonomy has caused friction throughout Imperial history, particularly when the High Lords face crises requiring immediate military intervention and find themselves unable to command the deployment of the Imperium's most elite warriors. The tension between the High Lord's authority and Space Marine autonomy came to a head during the War of the Beast in the 32nd millennium, when a massive Orc invasion threatened Terra itself. The High Lords found themselves unable to effectively coordinate the Imperium's defense, as Space Marine chapters operated independently without centralized command. The crisis forced significant reforms in how the Imperium's military forces organized themselves for large-scale campaigns. The position of Lord Commander of the Imperium emerged from this period, an office granted supreme military authority during times of existential threat. This position remained dormant for millennia until Robute Guilliman's return in the 42nd millennium, when he assumed the title and began reorganizing the Imperium's defenses against the myriad threats of the Dark Imperium era. Rogue traders represent another category of Imperial servants who operate beyond the High Lord's direct control. These individuals carry warrants of trade, ancient documents that grant them authority to travel beyond the Imperium's borders, establish trade relations, claim new worlds in the Emperor's name, and generally act as they see fit in pursuit of profit and Imperial expansion. A warrant of trade supersedes normal Imperial law in many respects, allowing rogue traders to engage in activities that would see others executed as heretics or traitors. They trade with Xenos species, employ non-sanctioned psychers, and maintain private armies that rival planetary defense forces. The High Lords cannot revoke these warrants, as many date back to the Great Crusade or even earlier, signed by the Emperor himself or his most trusted servants. Attempts to curtail rogue trader privileges have failed repeatedly throughout Imperial history, as these merchant princes wield sufficient wealth and influence to resist High Lord interference. The Adeptus Mechanicus maintains perhaps the most significant autonomy from High Lord authority. The Treaty of Mars, established during the Unification Wars before the Great Crusade began, recognized the Mechanicus as a separate entity allied with the Imperium rather than subordinate to it. The Fabricator General sits among the High Lords as the Mechanicus's representative, but this does not grant the other High Lords authority over the cult Mechanicus. The Tech Priests follow their own laws, worship their own deity in the Machine God, and maintain their own military forces in the Skitarii Legions and Titan Legions. The High Lords must negotiate with Mars rather than command it, a reality that constrains their legislative authority whenever Mechanicus cooperation proves necessary. Historical examples of legislative overreach demonstrate the dangers of the High Lords exceeding their practical authority or misjudging political realities. The Nova Terra interregnum in the 35th and 36th millennia saw a quarter of the Imperium break away under the leadership of the Council of Nova Terra, who declared themselves the rightful rulers of humanity and rejected the authority of the High Lords on Terra. This schism persisted for 9 centuries before the breakaway provinces were finally reintegrated into the Imperium. The causes of this division included accusations of corruption and incompetence among the High Lords, disputes over tithe rates and military levies, and fundamental disagreements about how the Imperium should be governed. The interregnum demonstrated that the High Lords' authority depended ultimately on their ability to maintain legitimacy and provide effective governance rather than on any inherent right to rule. The Age of Apostasy represented an even more severe crisis of High Lord authority, when Goj Vander's tyrannical rule provoked rebellion across the Imperium. Vander's consolidation of power as both master of the Administratum and Ecclesiarch violated the principle of distributed authority that normally prevented any single High Lord from dominating the Senatorum. His reign of terror, enforced through the brides of the Emperor, who would later become the Order's militant of the Adeptus Arbites, ended only when other imperial institutions united against him. The reforms following Vander's fall established new restrictions on High Lord power, including the decree passive that forbade the ecclesiarchy from maintaining men under arms. These reforms acknowledged that even the highest imperial authorities required checks on their power to prevent similar abuses. The political maneuvering within the Senatorum itself remains largely hidden from external observation, but evidence suggests constant competition for influence among the High Lords. Different factions form based on shared interests, institutional loyalties, or personal relationships. The master of the Administratum and the Ecclesiarch might ally on matters of domestic policy while opposing each other regarding military spending. The Fabricator General's support becomes crucial when technological resources must be allocated. The inquisitorial representatives' intelligence networks provide information that shapes policy debates. These internal dynamics mean that legislative decisions emerging from the Senatorum represent compromises and political calculations rather than unified visions, though the High Lords present a facade of unity to the wider Imperium. The Adeptus Arbites stands as the Imperium's dedicated enforcement arm for violations of the Lex Imperialis, a galaxy-spanning organization of judges, enforcers, and administrators who maintain order through overwhelming force and absolute conviction in imperial law. Unlike planetary law enforcement agencies that handle local crimes and maintain civil order according to regional customs, the Arbites concern themselves exclusively with offenses against the Imperium itself. This distinction creates a clear jurisdictional boundary that theoretically prevents conflict between imperial and local authorities, though in practice the line between imperial and planetary jurisdiction often blurs in ways that require careful navigation by both Arbites judges and planetary officials. The organizational structure of the Adeptus Arbites reflects the Imperium's need for centralized authority combined with practical autonomy for distant operations. At the apex of this hierarchy stands the Grand Provost Marshal on Terra, who commands the entire organization from the Arbites headquarters within the Imperial Palace complex. This position ranks among the most powerful in the Imperium, with the Grand Provost Marshal frequently holding a seat among the High Lords of Terra. From this central authority, command chains extend outward through segmentum commands, sector marshals, and ultimately to individual precinct fortresses scattered across Imperial space. Each segmentum maintains a Marshal General who oversees Arbites operations throughout that vast region, coordinating responses to major threats and ensuring consistent application of Imperial law across thousands of worlds. These Marshal Generals command resources that include specialized investigation teams, rapid response units, and the authority to requisition support from other Imperial organizations when situations demand it. Beneath the segmentum level, sector marshals manage smaller regions, typically encompassing dozens to hundreds of star systems, depending on local population density and strategic importance. These officials handle most administrative functions, including personnel assignments, resource allocation, and coordination with sector-level administratum and military authorities. The fundamental operational unit of the Arbites remains the Precinct Fortress, a heavily fortified installation that serves simultaneously as headquarters, courthouse, prison, armory, and barracks. These structures dominate the landscapes of major imperial worlds, their brutal architecture declaring the Arbites' authority through sheer imposing mass. A typical precinct fortress rises several stories above ground level with foundations extending deep underground, containing holding cells, interrogation chambers, evidence vaults, and secure communications facilities. Thick rockcrete walls reinforced with adamantium plating can withstand sustained artillery bombardment, while weapon emplacements positioned at strategic points provide overlapping fields of fire against potential attackers. The fortress design reflects hard lessons learned throughout imperial history, when precinct fortresses have found themselves besieged by rebellious populations, heretical uprisings, or even full-scale military assaults. The number and size of precinct fortresses on any given world varies according to that world's population, strategic importance, and history of compliance with imperial law. A stable, civilized world with a population of several billion might host a single major precinct fortress, supplemented by smaller stations in secondary population centers. A hive world with tens or hundreds of billions crammed into massive urban sprawls requires multiple major fortresses, each commanding jurisdiction over specific hive cities or industrial zones. Feral and feudal worlds with smaller populations might share a single precinct fortress between multiple systems, with Arbites judges traveling on circuit to address violations as they arise. Forge worlds under Mechanicus control typically maintain minimal Arbites presence, as the Treaty of Mars grants the tech priests substantial autonomy in managing their own affairs. The jurisdictional boundaries between Arbites' authority and local law enforcement remain theoretically clear but practically complex. The Arbites investigate and punish crimes against the Imperium itself. Heresy, the worship of false gods or the ruinous powers, falls squarely within Arbites' jurisdiction as a direct violation of the Imperial Creed and the Lex Imperialis. Sedition, including attempts to overthrow planetary governments, resist imperial authority, or incite rebellion against the Emperor's rule, constitutes an imperial crime requiring Arbites' intervention. Tithe evasion, whether through deliberate falsification of planetary resources, failure to meet assessed quotas, or corruption that diverts imperial resources to private use, brings down Arbites' judgment on planetary officials and merchant combines alike. Mutation beyond acceptable parameters, unsanctioned psyker activity, trafficking in proscribed technology, and unauthorized contact with Xenos species all represent violations of imperial law that trigger Arbites' investigation. Local enforcers, by contrast, handle crimes that affect only planetary populations and do not threaten imperial interests. Murder, theft, assault, fraud, and similar offenses remain matters for planetary authorities unless they involve imperial officials, disrupt tithe collection, or otherwise escalate into imperial jurisdiction. A gang war in an underhive affects local law enforcement. That same gang war becomes an Arbites matter if the gangs interfere with administratum tithe assessors, attack imperial facilities, or show signs of chaos corruption. A corrupt planetary official embezzling local tax revenues faces local justice. If that same official diverts resources intended for the imperial tithe, the Arbites take jurisdiction, and the punishment becomes far more severe. This division of authority creates situations where both Arbites and local enforcers might claim jurisdiction over the same offense. A riot protesting poor working conditions initially falls to planetary enforcers to suppress. If that riot targets imperial facilities, threatens off-world shipping, or shows signs of organized sedition, the Arbites intervene with overwhelming force. The Arbites do not require permission from planetary authorities to assume jurisdiction. An Arbites judge who determines that a situation threatens imperial interests can override local officials and deploy whatever force the situation requires. This authority, while necessary given the Imperium's vast scale and communication delays, generates resentment among planetary governors who view Arbites' intervention as interference in local affairs. Arbitrators, the rank and file enforcers of the Adeptus Arbites, undergo training that transforms them into instruments of imperial justice, capable of operating in the galaxy's most hostile environments. recruitment into the Arbites draws primarily from the Schola Progenium, the ecclesiarchy-run institutions that educate orphans of imperial servants. These young people grow up steeped in imperial doctrine, physical training, and absolute loyalty to the emperor and his imperium. Those selected for Arbites service demonstrate particular aptitude for judgment, discipline, and the capacity for violence in service of order. Not all arbitrators come from the Schola, however. The Arbites also recruit from planetary enforcers who distinguish themselves through exceptional service, from Imperial Guard veterans whose military experience proves valuable, and occasionally from the general population when individuals demonstrate the necessary qualities. Training for new arbitrators spans years of intensive instruction in imperial law, combat techniques, investigation procedures, and the psychological conditioning necessary to enforce the emperor's justice without hesitation or mercy. Trainees study the Lex Imperialis in exhaustive detail, memorizing core principles and learning to recognize violations across the infinite variations of human culture found throughout the Imperium. They practice combat in environments ranging from open battlefields to cramped hive corridors, learning to fight in void suits, toxic atmospheres, and zero gravity. They study interrogation techniques, evidence analysis, and the bureaucratic procedures required to document their actions for their administratum's records. Perhaps most importantly, they internalize the Arbites' philosophy that imperial law must be enforced without compromise, that mercy toward lawbreakers threatens the Imperium's survival, and that an arbitrator's duty supersedes any personal consideration. Graduated arbitrators receive equipment that marks them as distinct from common planetary enforcers and capable of confronting threats that would overwhelm lesser forces. The standard Arbites carapace armor provides substantial protection against small arms fire and melee weapons while maintaining sufficient mobility for sustained combat operations. This armor, finished in black with gold aquila symbols and red details, identifies arbitrators instantly and serves as a psychological weapon in itself. Populations accustomed to lightly armed local enforcers react with fear and compliance when heavily armored arbitrators arrive, their presence signaling that imperial patience has reached its limit. The combat shotgun serves as the arbitrator's primary weapon, a brutal and effective tool for close-quarters enforcement. These weapons fire a variety of specialized ammunition, including standard shot for crowd control, solid slugs for armor penetration, and executioner rounds that deliver massive stopping power at close range. The combat shotgun's reliability in adverse conditions, from toxic industrial zones to the dust-choked lower levels of hive cities, makes it ideal for Arbites operations. Arbitrators train extensively with these weapons until they can reload and fire in complete darkness, clear jams without thought, and deliver precise shots in the chaos of riot suppression or building clearance. The shock maul represents the Arbites' signature melee weapon, a powered club that delivers devastating electrical charges alongside crushing kinetic impact. These weapons prove particularly effective in riot control situations, where arbitrators advance in disciplined formations behind riot shields, striking down resistors with shock mauls that leave victims convulsing on the ground. The distinctive crack of a shock maul's discharge and the screams of those struck create a psychological impact that often breaks the will of rioters more effectively than lethal force. Arbitrators also carry stub revolvers as sidearms, simple and reliable weapons that function in environments where more sophisticated firearms might fail. Arbites operations employ specialized vehicles designed for urban warfare and riot suppression. The repressor serves as the standard Arbites transport, an armored personnel carrier mounting heavy weapons and equipped with firing ports that allow embarked arbitrators to shoot from relative safety. These vehicles feature reinforced hulls capable of ramming through barricades, tear gas launchers for crowd dispersal, and searchlights that illuminate target areas during night operations. The distinctive red and black livery of Arbites repressors makes them instantly recognizable, and their arrival typically signals an escalation in enforcement operations. Larger operations might employ Rhino variants, chimeras requisitioned from Astra Militarum stocks, or even specialized vehicles like the Tauros for rapid response in open terrain. For situations requiring overwhelming firepower, the Arbites deploy heavier assets including Leman Russ battle tanks modified for urban combat, sentinel walkers for patrol operations, and in extreme cases, request support from Astra Militarum units or even Space Marine chapters. The Arbites maintain the authority to requisition military support when facing threats beyond their capacity to suppress, though pride often leads Arbites commanders to exhaust their own resources before admitting they require assistance. Notable Arbites operations throughout Imperial history demonstrate both the organization's capabilities and the scale of threats they regularly confront. Hive rebellions represent a recurring challenge, as the massive urban structures housing billions of Imperial citizens create conditions where unrest can explode into full-scale insurrection. The pacification of Hive Arcos on Necromunda in the 39th millennium required 3 full Arbites companies supported by Astra Militarum regiments to suppress a rebellion that began with labor disputes and escalated into armed resistance. Arbitrators fought floor by floor through hab blocks and industrial zones, facing rebels armed with stolen weapons and improvised explosives. The operation lasted 6 months and resulted in over 2 million casualties before order was restored and the Hive's tithe production resumed. Genestealer cult suppression demands particular vigilance from the Arbites, as these insidious organizations infiltrate Imperial society over generations before revealing themselves in coordinated uprisings that coincide with Tyrannid Hive fleet arrivals. The Arbites on Gossar Quintus detected unusual patterns in reported disappearances and minor crimes that suggested cult activity. Their investigation uncovered a genestealer infestation that had corrupted significant portions of the planetary defense force and local government. The Arbites responded with systematic purges, executing thousands of suspected cultists and their families. When the cult finally rose in open rebellion, Arbites forces held key installations long enough for Astra Militarum reinforcements to arrive and begin the brutal process of exterminating the Xenos taint. Coordination between the Arbites and the Inquisition occurs regularly, as both organizations share interests in identifying and eliminating threats to the Imperium. Inquisitors investigating heretical cults, demon incursions, or Xenos infiltration often requisition Arbites support for raids, arrests, and the detention of suspects. The Arbites provide local knowledge, manpower, and secure facilities for holding prisoners during inquisitorial investigations. This relationship functions smoothly when both parties respect each other's authority, but tensions arise when Inquisitors demand actions that conflict with Arbites procedures, or when Arbites judges resist inquisitorial overreach. An Inquisitor's authority theoretically supersedes an Arbites judge's, but experienced judges understand that blindly following inquisitorial demands can lead to disastrous consequences if the Inquisitor proves incompetent, corrupted, or pursuing personal vendettas rather than legitimate investigations. The Arbites face constant challenges in maintaining order across the Imperium's vast territories. Communication delays mean that precinct fortresses often operate independently for extended periods, with judges making decisions based on their understanding of Imperial law without the possibility of consulting higher authorities. The diversity of human cultures creates situations where local customs conflict with Imperial mandates in ways that require careful judgment. An Arbites judge must determine when to enforce the letter of Imperial law regardless of local sensibilities, and when to permit variations that do not truly threaten Imperial interests. This balance proves difficult to maintain, and judges who err too far in either direction face consequences ranging from reprimand to execution for dereliction of duty. The Arbites' reputation for brutal enforcement serves a calculated purpose in Imperial governance. The knowledge that violations of Imperial law bring swift and merciless punishment deters many potential offenders and maintains a baseline of compliance across worlds that might otherwise drift toward rebellion or heresy. Arbitrators conduct public executions, display the bodies of lawbreakers as warnings, and ensure that their presence remains visible and intimidating. This approach generates fear and resentment among imperial populations, but the Arbites accept this as necessary. They do not seek popularity or gratitude. They enforce the Emperor's law because the Imperium's survival depends on order maintained through strength and the certain knowledge that lawbreakers will face judgment without mercy or delay. The Imperium recognizes heresy as the most severe category of criminal offense, a fundamental corruption that threatens not merely individual worlds or sectors, but the spiritual and political foundation of humanity's interstellar civilization. The term encompasses a spectrum of transgressions, ranging from relatively minor deviations in religious practice to the active worship of the ruinous powers of chaos. This gradation acknowledges practical realities while maintaining the principle that any deviation from approved imperial doctrine contains the seeds of damnation. A planetary population that maintains pre-compliance religious traditions while acknowledging the Emperor's divinity commits a lesser heresy than cultists who sacrifice innocents to demon princes, yet both violations demand correction through imperial authority. The worship of the chaos gods represents heresy in its most dangerous and unforgivable form. The entities known as Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh exist as malevolent intelligences within the warp, feeding on human emotion and corrupting those who open themselves to demonic influence. These beings promise power, knowledge, martial prowess, or sensory transcendence to their followers, delivering only damnation and transformation into something no longer recognizably human. Chaos worship typically begins subtly, with individuals seeking solutions to personal problems or communities facing desperate circumstances turning to forbidden practices. A merchant facing bankruptcy might consult proscribed texts promising wealth through dark rituals. A planetary governor confronting military defeat might accept the council of advisors who channel entities claiming to offer strategic wisdom. A population suffering from plague might embrace a cult promising deliverance through acceptance of disease as a blessing rather than a curse. These initial corruptions spread through social networks as cultists recruit family members, friends, and associates into their practices. Chaos cults employ secrecy and misdirection to avoid detection during their early growth phases, meeting in abandoned industrial facilities, conducting rituals in underhive warrens, or hiding their activities within legitimate religious organizations. The cults establish hierarchies with inner circles aware of the true nature of their worship and outer rings of initiates who participate in increasingly transgressive activities without fully understanding the damnation they embrace. By the time chaos worship becomes obvious enough for imperial authorities to detect, the corruption often runs deep enough that suppression requires extensive purges and the execution of thousands or even millions of compromised individuals. The Inquisition maintains primary responsibility for identifying and eliminating chaos corruption, with the Ordo Malleus specializing in demonic threats. Inquisitors investigating suspected chaos activity employ extensive surveillance, interrogation of witnesses, and examination of physical evidence including corrupted texts, ritual implements, and the mutated remains of cultists. The Arbites support these investigations by detaining suspects, securing locations, and providing manpower for raids on cult strongholds. When chaos corruption reaches sufficient scale, the Inquisition may declare exterminatus, the complete destruction of a world's biosphere through cyclonic torpedoes, virus bombs, or sustained orbital bombardment. This ultimate sanction acknowledges that some corruption spreads too deeply for any conventional purge to eliminate, requiring the sacrifice of an entire world to prevent demonic incursion or the spread of taint to neighboring systems. Denial of the Emperor's divinity constitutes a distinct category of heresy that evolved significantly over imperial history. During the Great Crusade and the immediate aftermath of the Horus Heresy, the Emperor promoted the imperial truth, a rationalist philosophy that rejected supernatural explanations and religious thinking in favor of scientific understanding. The Emperor explicitly forbade worship of himself, viewing such veneration as superstitious weakness that humanity needed to overcome. This position changed fundamentally after the Emperor's internment within the Golden Throne. Without the emperor's active presence to enforce his secular vision, worship spread rapidly among populations who witnessed his sacrifice and the devastation of the heresy. The ecclesiarchy emerged from these religious movements, eventually becoming one of the Imperium's most powerful institutions. By the 41st millennium, the imperial creed taught that the emperor represents humanity's one true God, a divine being whose worship provides spiritual protection against chaos and whose servants carry out his sacred will. Denial of this doctrine became heresy, a dangerous rejection of humanity's only defense against the darkness. The ecclesiarchy dispatches missionaries throughout the Imperium to ensure proper religious instruction, maintaining that every human must acknowledge the emperor's divinity and participate in approved forms of worship. Planetary populations that maintain pre-compliance religious traditions face varying degrees of pressure to conform depending on how thoroughly those traditions conflict with the imperial creed. A world that worships the emperor under a different name while maintaining compatible moral teachings might receive tolerance. A population that rejects the emperor's divinity entirely faces systematic conversion, efforts backed by the threat of military intervention if persuasion fails. The possession and study of forbidden texts represents another category of heretical offense, one that creates particular complications for imperial governance. The Imperium maintains vast archives of proscribed materials, including chaos grimoires, Zeno's technical manuals, pre-unity philosophical works, and accounts of historical events that contradict official ecclesiarchal doctrine. These materials exist in secure vaults controlled by the Inquisition, certain Adeptus Mechanicus facilities, and deep within the archives of ancient libraries on Terra and other major worlds. Access to these materials remains strictly controlled, granted only to individuals whose duties require such knowledge and who have demonstrated sufficient mental fortitude to resist corruption. The challenge lies in determining which texts constitute genuine threats requiring suppression and which represent valuable historical or technical information that serves imperial interests despite containing heterodox content. A technical manual describing Zeno's technology might enable Mechanicus, adepts to develop countermeasures against alien weapons systems. A philosophical treatise questioning imperial doctrine might contain insights useful for identifying and countering heretical arguments. The Inquisition maintains indices of proscribed materials, with gradations indicating which texts warrant immediate destruction, which require secure storage, and which may be consulted by authorized personnel. Local arbites, judges, and ecclesiarchal officials work from abbreviated versions of these indices, destroying texts they encounter during investigations, while forwarding particularly unusual materials to higher authorities for evaluation. Private citizens found possessing forbidden texts face interrogation to determine how they acquired the materials and whether they have been corrupted by their contents. A scribe who discovers a proscribed book in an archive and immediately reports it to authorities demonstrates proper conduct and typically faces no punishment. That same scribe who reads the forbidden text before reporting it commits a lesser heresy through exposure to corrupting material, even if they intended no wrong. A scholar who actively seeks out forbidden knowledge, studies proscribed texts extensively, or shares such materials with others commits serious heresy that typically results in execution after thorough interrogation to identify any accomplices and recover all copies of the forbidden materials. Sedition, rebellion, and treason encompass crimes against the Imperium's political and administrative structure rather than its spiritual foundations, though the distinction between religious and secular offenses often blurs in practice. Refusal to pay the imperial tithe represents one of the most straightforward forms of sedition, a direct violation of the fundamental obligation that binds worlds to the Imperium. The Administratum assesses tithes based on detailed surveys of planetary resources, population, and industrial capacity. These assessments occur periodically, with Administratum officials arriving to conduct censuses, inspect facilities, and calculate appropriate tithe grades. Worlds receive classifications ranging from aptus non through various grades of increasing obligation, up to exactis extremis for worlds whose entire output serves imperial needs. Planetary governors who falsify census data, conceal resources, or otherwise attempt to reduce their tithe obligations commit fraud against the Imperium. The Arbites investigate such cases when evidence suggests deliberate deception rather than honest mistakes in record keeping. Investigations examine production records, population registries, and shipping manifests to identify discrepancies between reported and actual planetary capacity. Governors found guilty of tithe fraud face execution, with their families stripped of titles and property. The Administratum then conducts new assessments and typically increases the world's tithe grade as punishment for the deception, a practice that ensures compliance through both deterrence and practical consequence. Some worlds attempt more direct resistance to imperial authority by refusing to provide assessed tithes even when capable of doing so. This refusal might stem from political disputes with the Administratum, resentment over perceived exploitation, or the influence of seditious elements within planetary governments. The Imperium's response to such defiance follows a graduated scale based on the severity and duration of non-compliance. Initial resistance brings warnings and demands for immediate compliance. Continued refusal results in Arbites' intervention to arrest planetary officials and install more cooperative leadership. If resistance escalates to armed opposition against Arbites' forces, the Astra Militarum receives orders to bring the world back into compliance through military conquest. Harboring Xenos represents sedition of a particularly dangerous variety, as the Imperium maintains that humanity's survival requires the complete domination or extermination of alien species. The Imperium recognizes no legitimate reason for humans to cooperate with Xenos beyond temporary tactical alliances in situations of extreme necessity, and even these arrangements require authorization from the highest imperial authorities. Planetary populations that maintain peaceful relations with alien species, engage in trade with Xenos merchants, or permit alien populations to reside within imperial territory commit serious offenses against the Lex Imperialis. The practical application of anti-Xenos laws varies considerably based on local circumstances and the specific alien species involved. The Imperium prosecutes contact with certain Xeno species more aggressively than others. Any interaction with orcs, tyrannids, or the forces of the Necrons warrants immediate and overwhelming military response, as these species represent existential threats to human survival. The Eldar present a more complicated situation, as these ancient aliens sometimes provide warnings about chaos incursions or other threats, creating situations where Imperial commanders must decide whether to accept Xenos' assistance or maintain ideological purity by rejecting all alien contact. Rogue traders operating beyond Imperial borders frequently encounter minor Xenos species and engage in trade that would constitute serious crimes if conducted by ordinary Imperial citizens, but their warrants of trade grant them latitude to make such decisions in pursuit of profit and expansion. Armed insurrection against Imperial authority represents the most severe form of sedition, an open rejection of the Emperor's rule that demands comprehensive military response. Rebellions emerge from various causes including religious fervor, political disputes, economic exploitation, or chaos corruption. A rebellion might begin with riots and civil unrest, escalate to attacks on Imperial facilities and officials, and eventually develop into organized military resistance. The scale of rebellions varies from localized uprisings confined to single cities or regions to planet-wide revolts that require extensive military campaigns to suppress. The most dangerous rebellions spread across multiple worlds within a sector, requiring coordination between Astra Militarum forces, the Imperial Navy, and Space Marine chapters to restore Imperial control. The suppression of rebellions follows brutal patterns refined over 10,000 years of Imperial history. The Astra Militarum deploys overwhelming force to break organized resistance, employing artillery bombardments, armored assaults, and infantry advances that grind down rebel forces through superior firepower and numbers. The Imperium accepts massive civilian casualties during these operations, viewing the deaths of innocent populations as unfortunate but necessary consequences of restoring order. Worlds that rebel face collective punishment through increased tithe grades, the execution of planetary leadership regardless of their involvement in the rebellion, and the conscription of significant portions of the surviving population into penal legions that serve as expendable troops in the Imperium's wars. Techno-heresy encompasses violations of the doctrines maintained by the Adeptus Mechanicus, crimes against the machine god, and the sacred principles that govern humanity's relationship with technology. The Mechanicus maintains that the Emperor represents the Omnissiah, the physical manifestation of the machine god, and that all technology constitutes sacred artifacts to be venerated and maintained according to ancient traditions. This religious approach to technology creates conflicts with populations that view machines as simple tools rather than objects of worship, but the Mechanicus' monopoly on advanced technology gives them authority to enforce their doctrines throughout the Imperium. Unauthorized technological innovation represents the most common form of techno-heresy. The Mechanicus teaches that humanity achieved the pinnacle of technological achievement during the Dark Age of technology, and that the Omnissiah has granted the tech priests custody of this sacred knowledge. Innovation risks offending the machine spirits and creating abominations that corrupt rather than serve humanity. The Mechanicus permits only the rediscovery of lost standard template construct designs and minor variations on approved patterns. Any attempt to develop genuinely new technology, modify existing designs beyond acceptable parameters, or apply scientific methods to understand how technology functions, rather than simply maintaining it through ritual constitutes techno-heresy. The practical enforcement of these restrictions proves complicated by the reality that many imperial worlds maintain technological capabilities independent of direct Mechanicus oversight. Forge worlds under Mechanicus control enforce techno-heresy laws with absolute rigor, executing tech priests who deviate from approved patterns and purging entire manufactorums suspected of producing unauthorized designs. Civilized worlds with significant industrial capacity maintain more flexibility, as the Mechanicus lacks the resources to directly monitor every workshop and factory throughout the Imperium. These worlds typically face periodic inspections by Mechanicus delegations who examine production facilities, review technical documentation, and investigate reports of unauthorized innovation. Worlds found engaging in significant techno-heresy face sanctions, ranging from the seizure of manufacturing equipment to complete interdiction that cuts them off from all Mechanicus support and advanced technology. Machine spirit desecration encompasses offenses against the animating intelligences that the Mechanicus believes inhabit all technology. Tech priests maintain that proper maintenance requires not merely technical competence but spiritual devotion, that machines respond to prayer and ritual as much as to physical repair. Failure to observe proper rituals when activating machinery, performing maintenance without appropriate prayers, or treating technology with disrespect all constitute forms of desecration. More severe offenses include deliberately damaging functional technology, attempting to create artificial intelligences, or employing forbidden technologies, including certain forms of genetic manipulation and weapons that the Mechanicus has declared anathema. The most serious techno-heresies involve the creation or use of abominable intelligences, artificial minds that think independently rather than serving as simple computational tools. The Imperium maintains absolute prohibition against artificial intelligence following the catastrophic rebellions of the Dark Age of technology, when thinking machines turned against their human creators and nearly destroyed human civilization. Any technology that exhibits independent thought or decision-making capability beyond simple programming triggers immediate Mechanicus intervention. The tech priests destroy such devices and execute those responsible for their creation, viewing artificial intelligence as an existential threat that could lead to humanity's extinction if permitted to develop. Mutation, witchcraft, and psyker-related crimes represent offenses that blur the boundaries between physical, spiritual, and genetic transgression. The Imperium recognizes that mutation occurs naturally in human populations due to radiation exposure, chemical contamination, and the corrupting influence of the warp. Not all mutation warrants execution. The Adeptus Mechanicus employs extensively modified tech priests whose bodies incorporate mechanical augmentation that some might classify as mutation. The Imperium accepts certain stable mutations, including Ogren variants and ratlings, of human strains that maintain sufficient human genetic material to be considered part of humanity, rather than xenospecies requiring extermination. The distinction between acceptable and unacceptable mutation depends on the mutation's origin, stability, and effects. Mutations that clearly result from chaos corruption warrant immediate execution, as they indicate spiritual taint that cannot be tolerated. Unstable mutations that continue to progress suggest ongoing corruption and require elimination before the mutation spreads to others. Mutations that grant unusual abilities or suggest Xeno's genetic contamination raise suspicions of deeper problems requiring investigation. The Arbites and local authorities maintain guidelines for identifying dangerous mutations, though these guidelines provide only general principles rather than comprehensive catalogs of every possible mutation. Officials must exercise judgment when encountering mutants, determining whether the individuals pose threats requiring execution or represent harmless variations that can be tolerated or even exploited for imperial benefit. Witchcraft encompasses the use of psychic powers by unsanctioned individuals, a crime that threatens not merely the witch but entire populations. Psykers represent humans born with the ability to manipulate warp energy, channeling the Imperium's power to produce effects that appear supernatural to those without such abilities. The Imperium recognizes that psykers serve vital functions including astropathic communication, navigation through the warp, and various military applications. However, untrained psykers pose catastrophic dangers. Their connection to the warp creates vulnerabilities that demons exploit to enter real space, potentially triggering demonic incursions that consume entire worlds. The Imperium maintains elaborate systems for identifying and controlling psykers throughout its territories. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica operates the Black Ships, vessels that travel established routes collecting psykers identified by local authorities. These ships transport psykers to Terra for evaluation and training. Those who demonstrate sufficient strength and stability undergo soul binding, a ritual that links them psychically to the Emperor and provides protection against demonic possession. Soul-bound psykers serve the Imperium as astropaths, sanctioned battle psykers attached to military forces, or in various other roles requiring psychic abilities. Weaker psykers, or those who fail training, face different fates. Many become part of the daily sacrifice that sustains the Emperor, their life force consumed to maintain the Astronomicon. Others receive assignments to institutions requiring limited psychic abilities under controlled conditions. Unsanctioned psykers represent individuals who manifest psychic abilities but evade collection by the Black Ships. These witches might hide their abilities, flee to regions beyond Imperial authority, or receive protection from families unwilling to surrender them. The dangers posed by unsanctioned psykers justify the Imperium's harsh response to witchcraft. A single untrained psyker experiencing emotional distress or losing control of their abilities can tear open the barrier between real space and the warp, allowing demons to pour through and slaughter thousands before the incursion can be contained. The Arbites and local authorities maintain constant vigilance for signs of witchcraft, including unexplained phenomena, individuals demonstrating impossible abilities, and the psychological disturbances that often accompany emerging psychic powers. Rogue psykers represent sanctioned individuals who abandon their duties or employ their abilities for unauthorized purposes. An astropath who uses their abilities to spy on private communications commits a crime against Imperial law. A sanctioned battle psyker who deserts their military unit and employs their powers for personal gain becomes a rogue requiring apprehension or elimination. These individuals possess training that makes them more dangerous than common witches, as they understand how to control their abilities and may have learned techniques for resisting detection. The Inquisition maintains specialized teams for hunting rogue psychers, employing anti-psyker equipment, null maidens who generate psychic dead zones, and psychers loyal to the Imperium who can counter rogue abilities. Warp corruption represents the most severe category of psyker-related crime, indicating that a psyker has fallen to chaos and actively serves the ruinous powers. Corrupted psychers become sorcerers who channel demonic energies to work reality warping, effects far beyond the capabilities of even powerful sanctioned psychers. These individuals often lead chaos cults, summoning demons to real space and spreading corruption through their communities. The presence of a corrupted psyker demands immediate inquisitorial response, as the threat they pose escalates rapidly if not contained. Inquisitors investigating chaos corruption prioritize identifying and eliminating corrupted psychers, knowing that these individuals serve as focal points for demonic activity and that their elimination often cripples chaos operations in entire regions. The Arbites trial system operates according to principles fundamentally different from the judicial processes found on many imperial worlds, reflecting the organization's dual role as investigators, judges, and executioners of imperial law. An Arbites judge possesses authority that would be divided among multiple officials in civilian courts, combining the functions of prosecutor, magistrate, and executioner in a single individual. This concentration of power serves practical necessity in an imperium where communication delays and the sheer scale of territory make elaborate judicial procedures impractical for most offenses. The system recognizes three broad categories of proceedings based on the severity and complexity of alleged violations: summary execution for clear-cut offenses, field tribunals for situations requiring some deliberation but demanding swift resolution, and formal courts for cases involving complex legal questions or politically sensitive matters. Summary execution authority permits Arbites judges to pass and carry out death sentences immediately upon encountering violations of imperial law that admit no ambiguity. A judge who witnesses a citizen engaging in chaos worship, attacking imperial officials, or committing other unquestionable crimes against the Imperium may execute the offender on the spot without trial or documentation beyond a brief notation in their personal logs. This authority extends to situations where evidence of guilt appears overwhelming, even if the judge did not personally witness the offense. A judge investigating reports of heresy who discovers a shrine to the ruinous powers, ritual implements still stained with sacrificial blood, and witnesses who provide consistent testimony identifying the shrine's maintainer can execute that individual without further proceedings. The exercise of summary execution requires judgment regarding what constitutes a clear-cut violation. Arbites training emphasizes that judges must possess absolute certainty before employing this authority, as mistakes cannot be corrected once sentence has been carried out. A judge who executes an innocent citizen damages the Arbites' authority and credibility, potentially undermining law enforcement efforts throughout an entire sector. However, the same training stresses that excessive caution in the face of obvious guilt represents an equal failure, allowing criminals to escape justice and encouraging others to test imperial resolve. Experienced judges develop instincts for distinguishing situations that warrant immediate execution from those requiring more careful examination, though these instincts sometimes fail with consequences ranging from wrongful deaths to escaped criminals who continue threatening imperial interests. The use of summary execution extends beyond individual criminals to include mass executions when circumstances demand such measures. An Arbites judge suppressing a riot may order their arbitrators to open fire on crowds that refuse to disperse, killing dozens or hundreds to restore order and demonstrate that continued resistance will result only in death. A judge investigating chaos cult activity who identifies an entire hab block as corrupted may order the block sealed, and its population executed en masse, rather than attempting to distinguish cult members from innocent residents. These decisions carry enormous weight, as they result in the deaths of imperial citizens who may have committed no crimes, but the Arbites philosophy holds that preserving imperial authority and preventing the spread of corruption justifies such measures when no practical alternative exists. Field tribunals represent a middle ground between summary execution and formal court proceedings, providing a framework for addressing situations that require some deliberation, but cannot wait for the elaborate processes of a full trial. These tribunals typically involve a single Arbites judge presiding over proceedings that last hours or at most days, hearing testimony from witnesses, examining evidence, and rendering judgment based on their understanding of imperial law. The accused receives opportunity to speak in their own defense, though they possess no right to legal representation, and the judge maintains complete discretion regarding what testimony to hear and what evidence to consider. The locations for field tribunals vary according to circumstances. A judge might convene a tribunal in a precinct fortress courtroom if one is available, and the situation permits transporting the accused to that facility. More commonly, field tribunals occur wherever the judge finds convenient, from requisitioned government buildings to cleared spaces in industrial facilities to improvised courts established in military command posts during active combat operations. The lack of formal requirements regarding tribunal locations reflects the Arbites' focus on delivering justice swiftly rather than adhering to procedural formalities that might delay resolution of cases. Field tribunals employ simplified evidentiary standards compared to formal courts. The judge determines guilt based on the balance of evidence presented, without requiring proof beyond all possible doubt. Witness testimony carries substantial weight, particularly when multiple witnesses provide consistent accounts of events. Physical evidence, including documents, weapons, or other materials connected to alleged crimes, receives consideration, though judges recognize that such evidence can be fabricated or misinterpreted. Confessions extracted through interrogation provide powerful evidence of guilt, with judges generally accepting confessions at face value unless circumstances suggest the confession was given under duress that would make it unreliable. The interrogation methods employed to obtain confessions range from simple questioning to sophisticated techniques involving chemical agents, psychic probing, and physical coercion. The Arbites maintain that the reliability of information obtained through torture depends on the skill of the interrogator and the nature of the information sought. A suspect tortured until they confess to specific crimes might say anything to stop the pain, making such confessions unreliable. A suspect subjected to carefully calibrated interrogation techniques designed to break their psychological resistance while maintaining their cognitive function can provide detailed, verifiable information that proves highly reliable. Arbites interrogators receive training in distinguishing genuine confessions from false statements made under duress, though this training does not eliminate errors. Technological evidence plays a limited role in Arbites proceedings due to the Imperium's complicated relationship with advanced technology and the practical difficulties of obtaining such evidence. Picked captures, audio recordings, and data extracted from cogitators can provide compelling proof of criminal activity when available, but many imperial worlds lack the infrastructure to generate such evidence routinely. Even on worlds with advanced surveillance systems, the Mechanicus restrictions on technology mean that data extraction and analysis requires tech priest involvement, introducing delays and complications into investigations. Judges must often rely on traditional evidence, including witness testimony and physical artifacts, rather than technological proof. Accepting the limitations, this imposes on their ability to establish facts with absolute certainty. The verdicts delivered by field tribunals admit limited categories. The accused is found guilty or not guilty of the charges presented. No intermediate verdicts exist, no findings of guilt on lesser charges, no acknowledgement of mitigating circumstances that might reduce culpability. This binary approach reflects the Arbites' philosophy that imperial law either has been violated or has not, with no middle ground requiring recognition. A defendant found not guilty goes free immediately, though the judge may order continued monitoring if suspicions remain about the individual's loyalty. A defendant found guilty proceeds directly to sentencing, which the judge announces and implements without delay. Formal courts handle cases that involve complex legal questions, politically sensitive matters, or accusations against individuals whose positions demand more elaborate proceedings. These courts operate within precinct fortresses or other secure Arbites facilities, following procedures that more closely resemble traditional judicial processes while maintaining the Arbites' fundamental approach to justice. A panel of 3 to 5 judges presides over formal trials, hearing arguments from both prosecution and defense, examining evidence in detail, and deliberating before rendering judgment. The accused in formal trials may retain legal counsel, though the attorneys who practice before Arbites courts must themselves be licensed by the Adeptus Arbites and demonstrate thorough knowledge of imperial law. Formal trials can extend for weeks or even months as judges examine complex evidence, hear from numerous witnesses, and debate the application of imperial law to unusual circumstances. A trial involving accusations of tithe fraud against a planetary governor might require detailed examination of decades of economic records, testimony from administratum officials regarding tithe assessment procedures, and arguments about whether discrepancies in reported production resulted from deliberate deception or honest accounting errors. A trial addressing whether a planetary custom violates imperial law might involve presentations from ecclesiarchal authorities regarding religious doctrine, historical evidence about how similar customs have been treated on other worlds, and philosophical debates about the boundaries of acceptable cultural variation within the Imperium. The role of chasteners in Arbites proceedings deserves particular attention, as these specialists serve functions distinct from both judges and common arbitrators. Chasteners undergo training in investigation, interrogation, and the identification of specific categories of crime, including chaos corruption, genestealer cult activity, and complex fraud. They operate as expert consultants to judges, conducting detailed investigations that inform judicial decisions. A chastener investigating suspected chaos worship might spend months infiltrating suspect communities, documenting ritual practices, identifying cult leadership, and gathering evidence sufficient to justify comprehensive purges. Their reports provide judges with the information necessary to determine appropriate responses to threats that might not be immediately obvious to observers lacking specialized knowledge. Chasteners also serve as executors of sentences that require particular expertise, including the administration of certain punishments and the supervision of penal facilities. A chastener might oversee the process of servitorization, ensuring that lobotomization and cybernetic augmentation proceed according to proper procedures. Another might command a penal legion, maintaining discipline among conscripted criminals and directing their deployment in combat operations, where their expendable status serves imperial military objectives. The chastener role combines aspects of investigator, warden, and executioner, requiring individuals who can operate independently while maintaining absolute loyalty to imperial law and Arbites authority. Standard sentences imposed by Arbites courts reflect the Imperium's brutal approach to criminal justice, prioritizing deterrence and the elimination of threats over any concept of rehabilitation or proportional punishment. Execution remains the most common sentence for serious violations of imperial law, carried out through various methods depending on the nature of the crime, local customs, and practical considerations. Firing squad execution serves as the standard method for most capital sentences, providing a quick death that the Arbites consider appropriately dignified for criminals who have not committed particularly egregious offenses. The condemned faces a wall while a squad of arbitrators fires simultaneously, with at least one weapon loaded with a live round, while others may contain blanks, a practice that theoretically distributes responsibility for the execution among multiple individuals. Hanging represents another common execution method, particularly for crimes involving betrayal, cowardice, or offenses against military discipline. The Arbites employ hanging for both individual executions and mass sentences, constructing gallows capable of hanging dozens of criminals simultaneously when circumstances warrant such displays. Public hangings serve important deterrent functions, demonstrating to populations that violations of imperial law result in shameful death. The bodies of hanged criminals often remain displayed for extended periods, left to rot as warnings to potential lawbreakers. Public immolation constitutes the prescribed execution method for heretics, particularly those guilty of chaos worship or other spiritual corruption. The Arbites and ecclesiarchy cooperate in staging these executions, which serve both punitive and purifying functions. The heretic is bound to a stake surrounded by combustible materials and burned alive before assembled crowds. Preachers deliver sermons during these executions, explaining the heretic's crimes and emphasizing that only through fire can the taint of corruption be cleansed from the criminal's flesh. The screams of burning heretics and the smell of burning flesh create visceral impressions that reinforce the population's understanding of what awaits those who stray from imperial doctrine. More exotic execution methods exist for particular categories of crime, or when judges wish to make especially memorable examples of criminals. Electrocution, exposure to vacuum, drowning in industrial chemicals, and being fed to dangerous creatures all find use in Arbites executions. The choice of methods sometimes reflects symbolic connections to the crime, such as drowning offenders who tampered with water purification systems or exposing void ship saboteurs to vacuum. These creative executions serve propaganda purposes, demonstrating that the Arbites possess both the authority and imagination to devise punishments appropriate to any offense. Servitorization offers an alternative to execution for criminals whose physical capabilities make them valuable despite their offenses. The process involves lobotomization that destroys higher brain functions while preserving motor control and basic cognitive abilities, followed by cybernetic augmentation that transforms the criminal into a biomechanical servant. Servitors perform countless functions throughout the Imperium, from simple labor to operating weapon systems to serving as living components in complex machinery. The Mechanicus maintains facilities for servitorization throughout Imperial space, processing criminals sentenced to this fate by Arbites courts and other Imperial authorities. The ethics of servitorization generate little debate within Imperial society, as the practice serves obvious practical purposes while delivering punishment that some argue exceeds simple execution. A servitor retains no awareness of their previous identity, no memory of their crimes, no capacity for suffering beyond basic pain responses. Whether this constitutes a mercy compared to execution or a fate worse than death depends on philosophical perspectives that few in the Imperium bother to consider. The Arbites view servitorization as an efficient solution that simultaneously punishes criminals, removes threats to imperial order, and produces useful servants whose labor benefits the Imperium. Penal legion conscription provides another sentencing option that serves imperial military needs while punishing criminals. Penal legions consist of convicts pressed into military service, formed into units that receive the most dangerous assignments in active war zones. These formations attack heavily fortified positions, clear minefields through the simple expedient of walking through them until the mines detonate, and generally serve as expendable troops whose deaths accomplish military objectives while eliminating criminals. Penal legionnaires wear explosive collars that detonate if they attempt to flee or refuse orders, ensuring compliance through the certainty of immediate death for disobedience. Service in a penal legion theoretically offers the possibility of redemption, as convicts who survive extended combat operations and demonstrate loyalty to the Imperium may receive pardons and integration into regular military units. In practice, few penal legionnaires survive long enough to earn such redemption. The assignments given to penal legions ensure high casualty rates, with entire units sometimes wiped out in single engagements. The survivors face repeated deployment to new war zones until they eventually fall in combat or accumulate sufficient service to warrant consideration for pardon. The Arbites view this system as appropriate, providing criminals with opportunities to redeem themselves through service and sacrifice, while ensuring that most will die serving the Imperium that they wronged. Penitent crusades represent a specialized form of punishment reserved for populations that have collectively failed the Imperium through heresy, rebellion, or other serious offenses. Rather than executing entire planetary populations or conscripting them en masse into penal legions, the ecclesiarchy sometimes organizes penitent crusades that send the guilty to fight in distant war zones under the supervision of ministorum priests and military commanders. These crusades differ from simple penal legion service in their spiritual dimension, as participants seek redemption for their sins through faith and sacrifice rather than merely serving out sentences. Penitent crusaders march into battle carrying icons of the emperor, singing hymns, and seeking death in service to the Golden Throne. They receive minimal military training and basic equipment, as the ecclesiarchy emphasizes faith over martial skill. The resulting forces prove effective in certain combat situations, particularly when their fanatical devotion and willingness to die can overwhelm enemy positions through sheer numbers and determination. Survivors of penitent crusades who demonstrate genuine faith and courage may receive absolution from the ecclesiarchy, allowing them to return to normal imperial society with their sins forgiven. Most penitent crusaders die in combat, their sacrifice considered sufficient payment for their offenses against the emperor. The concept of collective punishment extends beyond penitent crusades to encompass various sanctions that imperial authorities impose on entire populations for the crimes of individuals or ruling classes. A world whose governor commits tithe fraud faces increased tithe assessments that burden the entire planetary population, even though common citizens bore no responsibility for their leaders' crimes. A hive city where riots occur faces collective penalties, including reduced food allocations, increased work quotas, and the execution of randomly selected citizens to demonstrate that the population as a whole bears responsibility for maintaining order. These practices reflect the Arbites' philosophy that populations must police themselves and ensure their leaders remain loyal, as failure to do so results in consequences that affect everyone. Tithe world sanctions represent the most severe form of collective punishment short of exterminatus. A world that repeatedly fails to meet tithe obligations, harbors heretical movements, or otherwise demonstrates unreliability may receive sanctions that devastate its economy and population. The Administratum might increase the world's tithe grade to levels that require the planet to export resources needed for its own survival, leading to famine and economic collapse. The Mechanicus might withdraw technical support, allowing essential infrastructure to decay without hope of repair. The Imperial Navy might blockade the system, preventing trade and isolating the population. These sanctions continue until the world demonstrates renewed loyalty and compliance with imperial law, a process that can take generations and result in millions of deaths from starvation, disease, and civil disorder. The justification for collective punishment rests on the principle that imperial worlds function as single entities responsible for their own governance and compliance with imperial law. A planetary population that permits heresy to flourish, fails to report seditious activity, or tolerates corrupt leadership shares guilt for these failures. The Imperium cannot micromanage every world's internal affairs, and therefore holds entire populations accountable for ensuring their worlds remain loyal and productive. This approach generates resentment and suffering among innocent populations punished for crimes they did not commit and could not prevent. But the Arbites and other imperial authorities maintain that such resentment matters less than ensuring compliance with imperial law throughout the galaxy. The Imperium's approach to planetary governance rests on a fundamental principle of minimal interference in local affairs provided worlds meet their essential obligations to Terra. This policy emerged from practical necessity during the Great Crusade, when the Emperor's forces brought thousands of worlds into compliance within a relatively compressed timeframe. The sheer diversity of human civilizations encountered made any attempt at imposing uniform governmental structures impractical and counterproductive. Worlds that had developed stable societies during Old Night, regardless of how alien their customs might appear to Terran observers, received permission to maintain their existing governmental systems as long as they acknowledged imperial sovereignty, paid the assessed tithes, permitted imperial institutions to operate within their territories, and suppressed heresy according to imperial definitions. This hands-off approach created an imperium characterized by staggering variety in how individual worlds govern themselves. A night world maintains feudal hierarchies, where noble houses pilot ancient war machines and rule over peasant populations whose lives differ little from their ancestors 10,000 years prior. The nobles owe fealty to their household's traditions and to the imperium through complex webs of obligation that blur distinctions between personal honor codes and imperial law. These worlds operate according to principles of chivalric conduct, with disputes between nobles resolved through formal duels, trial by combat, or appeals to house elders whose authority derives from bloodline and tradition rather than imperial appointment. The common population exists outside this noble structure, bound to the land they work and subject to their lord's justice without recourse to higher authorities unless their lord's actions somehow threat imperial interests. Hive worlds present entirely different governmental structures, shaped by the realities of housing billions in towering urban structures that stretch kilometers into the sky and deep into the planetary crust. The formal government of a hive world might consist of a governor and administrative apparatus that theoretically controls the entire hive, but practical authority fragments across countless levels and districts. The upper hive, where wealthy merchants, minor nobility, and imperial officials reside, maintains order through conventional law enforcement and courts that would be recognizable on any civilized world. The middle hive, home to the vast working population that keeps the hive's industries functional, operates under more brutal systems where gang affiliations often matter more than official law. Factory bosses maintain private enforcers who settle disputes through violence, and workers understand that survival depends on knowing which gang controls their district and what tribute those gangs demand. The Underhive exists almost entirely outside official governance, a lawless realm where mutants, criminals, and those who have fallen through society's cracks fight for survival in the ruins of older hive structures. Gang law prevails in the Underhive, with territory controlled by whoever can hold it through force. These gangs develop their own codes and hierarchies, creating micro-societies that function according to brutal but consistent rules. A ganger who violates their gang's code faces punishment from gang leaders, not planetary authorities who rarely venture into Underhive depths. The planetary governor's authority technically extends to the Underhive, but exercising that authority requires military operations that most governors undertake only when Underhive problems threaten to spill into productive hive levels. Ecclesiarchy theocracies represent worlds where the Adeptus Ministorum dominates governance to the point that religious and civil authority become indistinguishable. These worlds typically fell to imperial control through missionary work rather than military conquest, with populations converting to the imperial creed and requesting formal integration into the Imperium. The cardinal or other high-ranking ecclesiarchal official who oversees the world's spiritual life also functions as its temporal ruler, issuing decrees that carry both religious and legal force. Laws on these worlds reflect Ministorum doctrine directly, with crimes defined primarily as sins against the emperor and punishments designed to save souls as much as maintain order. A citizen accused of heresy faces trial before ecclesiastical courts where priests determine guilt based on theological arguments and the accused's demonstrated faith. Punishment might involve public penance, pilgrimage to holy sites, or execution for irredeemable heretics, all conducted with religious ceremony that emphasizes the spiritual dimensions of justice. Forge worlds under Mechanicus control operate according to the cult Mechanicus's own laws and traditions, which bear little resemblance to governance structures found elsewhere in the Imperium. The Fabricator Locum who commands a forge world rules through a hierarchy of tech priests, whose ranks and responsibilities reflect their understanding of sacred technology and their progress along the path toward union with the machine god. Forge world law concerns itself primarily with the proper veneration of machines, the maintenance of production quotas, and the enforcement of mechanicus doctrine regarding acceptable technology. A tech priest who fails to perform proper rituals before activating machinery commits a religious offense that might result in demotion, exile to lesser forge worlds, or execution depending on the severity of the lapse. The Skitarii legions that serve as the Mechanicus' military forces also function as enforcers of Forge world law, though their interventions typically involve eliminating threats to production or sacred sites rather than addressing individual crimes. The servitor and menial populations on Forge worlds exist in a state that barely qualifies as citizenship in any meaningful sense. These workers perform tasks assigned by tech priest overseers, receive minimal sustenance sufficient to maintain their productivity, and face immediate replacement if they prove unable to fulfill their functions. The concept of rights or legal protections for these populations would strike most tech priests as nonsensical, as the workers exist to serve the Forge's productive capacity and the machine god's glory. A menial who damages equipment through carelessness might face servitorization, transforming them into a more reliable tool that cannot repeat such errors. The Mechanicus views this as practical efficiency rather than punishment, though the distinction matters little to the individual whose consciousness gets destroyed in the process. Agri-worlds dedicated to food production maintain governance structures focused on maximizing agricultural output while maintaining the traditional farming communities that work the land. Many agri-worlds preserve pre-compliant social structures that have remained essentially unchanged for millennia, with extended family units or clan groups controlling specific territories and following seasonal patterns that dictate planting, cultivation, and harvest. The planetary governor's authority manifests primarily during tithe collection, when administratum officials arrive to assess production and transport the required portion of the harvest off-world. Between these visits, local communities govern themselves according to customs that might include elected councils, hereditary chieftains, or rotating leadership based on demonstrated agricultural expertise. Disputes between farming communities over water rights, boundary lines, or other matters get resolved through traditional mechanisms that might involve mediation by respected elders, appeals to religious authorities, or in some cases ritualized combat between champions representing the disputing parties. Mining worlds and resource extraction, colonies operate under harsh regimes where productivity concerns override most other considerations. The populations of these worlds typically consist of indentured workers, penal laborers, or individuals who have few other options for employment. Governance structures reflect this reality, with overseers appointed by off-world mining corporations or the administratum itself exercising near absolute authority over worker populations. Safety regulations exist primarily to prevent disruptions to production rather than protect worker welfare. A mining accident that kills dozens of workers but does not damage essential equipment might generate no official response beyond recruiting replacements. The same accident that damages valuable extraction machinery triggers investigations, punishment of whoever bears responsibility, and implementation of new procedures to prevent similar damage in the future. The authority of planetary governors encompasses everything occurring within their domains that does not fall under the direct jurisdiction of other imperial institutions. A governor commands planetary defense forces, collects local taxes to fund governmental operations, maintains infrastructure, administers justice according to local law codes, and manages relationships with various imperial organizations operating on their world. This authority extends to life and death, as governors can order executions, conscript populations for labor or military service, and implement policies that affect billions of lives. The only practical limits on gubernatorial power come from the need to maintain imperial compliance and avoid attracting unwanted attention from higher authorities. Planetary governors reach their positions through various mechanisms that reflect the Imperium's pragmatic approach to leadership selection. Hereditary succession remains common, particularly on worlds with established noble houses or ruling dynasties. A governor's heir inherits not merely a title, but the complex web of relationships with local power structures, imperial institutions, and neighboring systems that makes effective governance possible. These hereditary transitions occur smoothly when the heir has been properly prepared for their role, receiving education in administration, military affairs, and the delicate art of managing imperial obligations while maintaining local support. Succession crises emerge when heirs prove incompetent, when multiple claimants dispute inheritance rights, or when the previous governor dies without clear succession arrangements. Such crises can destabilize entire systems, requiring administratum intervention to install new leadership and restore order. The administratum directly appoints governors on worlds where hereditary succession proves impractical, or where previous leadership failed so catastrophically that breaking dynastic continuity becomes necessary. These appointments typically involve senior administratum officials, individuals who have demonstrated competence managing imperial bureaucracy and possess the political connections necessary to navigate the complex relationships between different imperial institutions. An administratum-appointed governor arrives with authority backed by Terra itself, though they often lack the local knowledge and established relationships that hereditary governors inherit. These officials must quickly build power bases, identify reliable subordinates, and learn enough about local conditions to govern effectively while meeting imperial expectations. Military conquest creates governors through the brutal logic of successful warfare. An imperial guard commander who leads the reconquest of a rebellious world or brings a newly discovered human civilization into imperial compliance might receive appointment as planetary governor as reward for their service and recognition that they possess the force necessary to maintain control. These military governors typically maintain close relationships with the Astra Militarum, often retaining command of the forces they led during conquest, and using those forces to suppress dissent and enforce their authority. Worlds governed by military commanders often develop martial cultures where military service provides the primary path to social advancement, and where civilian governance takes on characteristics of military administration. Rogue traders occasionally establish themselves as governors of worlds they discover and claim for the Imperium, using their warrants of trade as legal foundation for their authority. These arrangements create unusual governance situations, where the governor operates with substantial independence from normal imperial oversight, answering primarily to their own judgment and the terms of their ancient warrants. Rogue trader governors typically focus on developing their world's economic potential, establishing trade relationships that benefit their commercial enterprises while meeting minimum imperial obligations. The Administratum tolerates these arrangements because rogue traders bring worlds into imperial control that might otherwise remain undiscovered, and because attempting to override warrants of trade creates legal complications that the Administratum prefers to avoid. The removal of planetary governors occurs through several mechanisms, ranging from formal Administratum proceedings to violent overthrow. A governor who fails to meet tithe obligations, permits heresy to spread unchecked, or otherwise violates imperial mandates faces investigation by Administratum officials who assess whether the failures result from incompetence, corruption, or circumstances beyond the governor's control. Investigations might take years, with teams of assessors examining records, interviewing officials, and preparing reports that work their way through layers of Administratum bureaucracy before reaching officials with authority to order a governor's removal. A governor found guilty of serious failures faces execution, with the Administratum appointing a replacement and typically increasing the world's tithe grade as punishment for the previous administration's inadequacy. More immediate removal occurs when the Arbites or Inquisition determine that a governor poses a direct threat to imperial interests. An Arbites judge investigating corruption who discovers that a planetary governor actively participates in tithe fraud can order the governor's arrest and execution without waiting for Administratum approval. An inquisitor who identifies a governor as a heretic or chaos cultist eliminates the threat through whatever means prove necessary, from assassination to full military intervention. These removals happen suddenly, with the offending governor dead and a replacement installed before most of the planetary population realizes what occurred. Rebellious populations occasionally overthrow their governors through violence, creating situations where the Imperium must decide whether to restore the previous leadership or accept the new regime. If the rebellion resulted from the governor's tyranny or incompetence, and if the new leadership demonstrates willingness to meet imperial obligations, the Administratum might simply recognize the new government and move on. If the rebellion appears motivated by heresy, chaos corruption, or rejection of imperial authority, the Astra Militarum receives orders to suppress the uprising and install new leadership loyal to the Imperium. These decisions depend on assessments of local conditions, the strategic importance of the world in question, and the availability of military forces to conduct suppression operations if necessary. Conflicts between planetary law and the Lex Imperialis occur regularly throughout the Imperium, creating situations that require careful navigation by governors, Arbites judges, and other imperial officials. A world might maintain cultural practices that technically violate imperial law but have persisted for millennia and form fundamental parts of local identity. The Imperium's response to such conflicts depends on the severity of the violation and its practical impact on imperial interests. Minor deviations from imperial norms that do not threaten tithe collection, enable heresy, or undermine imperial authority might receive tolerance, with officials recognizing that attempting to eliminate every local custom that conflicts with imperial law would require resources the Imperium cannot spare. More serious conflicts demand intervention. The world of Sabulorb maintained traditions of ritual combat that involved the sacrifice of prisoners to local deities, practices that predated imperial contact by thousands of years. When missionaries from the ecclesiarchy discovered these traditions, they declared them heretical violations of the imperial creed. The planetary governor argued that the rituals served important social functions, and that the deities involved represented local interpretations of the emperor rather than false gods. The ecclesiarchy rejected these arguments, and when the governor refused to suppress the rituals, the Arbites intervened. The governor faced execution for permitting heresy, and the new administration implemented a comprehensive program to eliminate the traditional practices and replace them with approved forms of emperor worship. Resistance from the population led to riots that required Astra Militarum intervention, with thousands dying before the world accepted the new religious order. The Forge world of Zhao Arc had developed manufacturing techniques that produced weapons exceeding standard Imperial Guard specifications, incorporating innovations that the local tech priests considered minor improvements on existing designs. When Mechanicus inspectors from Mars examined these weapons, they declared the innovations constituted techno-heresy and demanded the immediate cessation of production. The fabricator locum governing Zhao Arc had argued that the modifications improved weapon performance without violating fundamental Mechanicus principles, but Mars rejected this defense. The resulting dispute escalated to involve the fabricator general and the Administratum, as Zhao Arcad's weapons had been distributed to guard regiments across an entire segmentum. The final resolution required Zhao Arcad to destroy all existing examples of the modified weapons, purge the tech priests responsible for the innovations, and submit to direct Martian oversight of all future production. The incident demonstrated that even Forge worlds with substantial autonomy must conform to Mechanicus doctrine as interpreted by Mars, regardless of local preferences or practical considerations. Newly discovered human civilizations brought into imperial compliance face particular challenges adapting their existing legal systems to imperial requirements. These worlds might have developed sophisticated governmental structures during their isolation, with laws and customs that served their populations effectively for millennia. The Imperium does not automatically sweep away these systems, but it demands modifications that ensure compliance with imperial mandates. A world that practiced democracy might continue electing local officials, but those officials must acknowledge that ultimate authority rests with the planetary governor appointed by or confirmed by the Administratum. A world with strong traditions of personal freedom must accept that certain freedoms end where imperial law begins, that psychers will be surrendered to the black ships, that tithes will be paid regardless of local economic preferences, and that heresy will be suppressed without regard for historical religious practices. The process of bringing a world's laws into compliance with the Lex Imperialis typically involves negotiations between local leadership and imperial representatives, with the Administratum providing guidance about which local practices must change and which can continue. These negotiations can extend for decades as both sides work through the implications of imperial membership. A world might receive a grace period to implement required changes, allowing time for populations to adapt to new requirements and for local governments to establish the administrative structures necessary for imperial compliance. Worlds that resist required changes or fail to implement them within agreed timeframes face escalating pressure from imperial authorities, culminating in military intervention if necessary. The diversity of legal systems across imperial worlds creates complications for individuals who travel between systems, as practices legal on one world might constitute serious crimes on another. A merchant who operates successfully on a civilized world with relatively liberal trade laws might find themselves arrested for heresy on an ecclesiarchy-dominated world where commercial activities require religious approval. A soldier from a hive world accustomed to gang law might struggle to adapt to the rigid hierarchies of a military governor's domain. The Imperium provides no universal code of conduct that applies consistently across all worlds, leaving travelers to navigate local laws and customs as best they can. Imperial officials, military personnel, and others who operate across multiple worlds develop expertise in recognizing local variations and adapting their behavior accordingly, though mistakes still occur with consequences ranging from minor embarrassment to execution, depending on the severity of the violation and the temperament of local authorities. The Inquisition exists as the Imperium's ultimate safeguard against threats that conventional imperial institutions cannot adequately address, an organization that operates outside normal legal structures with authority derived directly from the Emperor's will. This positioning grants inquisitors powers that supersede nearly all other imperial officials, allowing them to investigate any individual or organization, commandeer whatever resources they require, and pass judgment without appeal. The Inquisition's founding occurred during the aftermath of the Horus Heresy, when Malcador the Sigillite recognized that the Imperium faced threats requiring an organization capable of operating in absolute secrecy with unlimited authority to root out corruption wherever it appeared. The four original Inquisitors Malcador selected received authority to act in the Emperor's name, investigating threats from within and without, answerable only to the Emperor himself and to each other through mechanisms of internal oversight that would develop over subsequent millennia. The legal foundation of inquisitorial authority rests on the principle that certain threats to the Imperium prove so dangerous that normal legal procedures and institutional boundaries become obstacles rather than safeguards. A planetary governor might be a chaos cultist. An administratum official might serve genestealer masters. A respected military commander might harbor heretical beliefs that compromise their loyalty. Conventional investigations conducted through official channels alert suspects and provide opportunities for corruption to spread or for guilty parties to eliminate evidence and flee. The Inquisition operates without such constraints, conducting investigations in complete secrecy and revealing their presence only when they choose to make arrests or eliminate targets. This extraordinary authority carries corresponding responsibility. An inquisitor who abuses their power, pursues personal vendettas rather than legitimate threats, or falls to the very corruption they are charged with fighting, becomes a threat requiring elimination by their fellow inquisitors. The mechanisms for oversight and accountability within the Inquisition operate through informal networks and the authority of senior inquisitors rather than through codified procedures, reflecting the organization's fundamental nature as an instrument of the emperors will rather than a conventional imperial institution bound by bureaucratic regulations. The Inquisition divides its efforts among three major ordos, each specializing in particular categories of threats while maintaining flexibility to address whatever dangers emerge. The Ordo Malleus focuses on demonic incursions and chaos corruption, investigating reports of warp phenomena, suspected demon worship, and situations where the barrier between real space and the immaterium shows signs of weakening. Inquisitors of the Ordo Malleus maintain extensive knowledge of demonic hierarchies, chaos rituals, and the methods by which the ruinous powers corrupt human populations. They work closely with the Grey Knights, the chamber militant of the Ordo Malleus, and the Imperium's most specialized anti-demon force. These Space Marines undergo psycho-conditioning and genetic modifications that make them resistant to chaos corruption, allowing them to confront greater demons and chaos sorcerers that would overwhelm conventional forces. An Ordo Malleus investigation typically begins with reports of unusual phenomena that suggest warp involvement. Populations experiencing mass hallucinations, localized reality distortions, unexplained disappearances, or other signs of warp contamination trigger inquisitorial interest. The investigating inquisitor employs acolytes and agents to gather information while maintaining their own anonymity, building a picture of the situation before revealing their presence. If evidence confirms demonic activity, the inquisitor mobilizes whatever forces prove necessary to contain and eliminate the threat. A minor demon incursion might require only the inquisitor's personal retinue, supported by local arbites or military forces. Larger incursions demand Grey Knights' intervention, with entire brotherhoods deploying to banish greater demons and purge corrupted populations. The Ordo Malleus maintains fortress monasteries on various worlds throughout the Imperium, secure facilities where inquisitors study captured chaos artifacts, interrogate demon worshippers, and maintain archives of demonic lore. These installations employ extensive protective wards and psychic barriers to prevent the artifacts they house from corrupting those who study them. Access to these facilities remains strictly controlled, with even other inquisitors requiring authorization from senior Ordo Malleus members before entering. The knowledge contained within these archives proves simultaneously invaluable for understanding chaos threats and incredibly dangerous to anyone exposed to it without proper mental conditioning and spiritual protection. The Ordo Hereticus concerns itself with threats emerging from within imperial society, investigating heretical movements, rogue psychers, corrupt officials, and deviations from approved imperial doctrine. While the Ordo Malleus addresses supernatural threats from the warp, the Ordo Hereticus deals with human failings and the countless ways that imperial citizens might betray the emperor through weakness, ambition, or misguided belief. Inquisitors of the Ordo Hereticus work extensively with the ecclesiarchy, as many investigations involve religious deviations or the corruption of imperial faith. The Adeptus Arbites serve as the chamber militant of the Ordo Hereticus, providing military forces fanatically devoted to the emperor and incorruptible in their faith. Ordo Hereticus investigations range from examining individual suspected heretics to infiltrating entire planetary governments. An inquisitor might spend years building a case against a corrupt cardinal who has twisted ecclesiarchal doctrine to serve personal ambitions, gathering evidence while maintaining false identities, and using agents to observe the target without alerting them to the investigation. Other investigations move rapidly, with the inquisitor arriving on a world, conducting interrogations, and passing judgment within days when situations demand immediate action. The Ordo Hereticus maintains particular vigilance regarding the ecclesiarchy itself, as the organization's power and influence throughout the Imperium means that corruption within the Ministorum poses exceptional dangers. The Sisters of Battle provide the Ordo Hereticus with military forces whose faith and dedication match their combat capabilities. When an inquisitor requires forces to assault a heretical stronghold, purge a corrupted shrine, or eliminate a rogue preacher and their followers, the sisters respond with flamer and bolter, burning away heresy and executing the guilty without hesitation or mercy. The relationship between the Ordo Hereticus and the Adeptus Arbites involves complex dynamics, as the sisters maintain their own hierarchy and traditions while serving as the Ordo's chamber militant. An inquisitor can request sisters' support, but the canoness commanding the responding force maintains authority over her warriors and can refuse requests she judges inappropriate or contrary to the Emperor's will. The Ordo Xenos specializes in alien threats, investigating Xenos infiltration, studying alien technology and biology, and coordinating responses to Xenos incursions. Inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos maintain extensive knowledge of various alien species, including their capabilities, tactics, and the specific dangers each species poses to humanity. The Death Watch serves as the chamber militant of the Ordo Xenos, space marines drawn from various chapters who undergo specialized training in combating alien threats. These warriors operate in kill teams, small units equipped and trained to eliminate specific Xenos targets, ranging from Genestealer patriarchs to Eldar farseers to Orc warbosses. Ordo Xenos investigations address threats as diverse as the galaxy's alien species. Genestealer cult infiltration represents a recurring challenge, as these organisms operate through multi-generational corruption that remains hidden until the cult rises in coordinated rebellion, timed to coincide with Tyrannid Hive fleet arrivals. An Ordo Xenos inquisitor investigating suspected Genestealer activity examines patterns in criminal reports, disappearances, and social disruptions that might indicate cult presence. The investigation requires careful work, as premature action alerts the cult and drives them deeper underground, while delayed action allows the infestation to spread. Once the Inquisitor confirms cult presence and identifies key members, they coordinate strikes designed to eliminate the cult's leadership and break the organization before it can trigger its uprising. The Inquisition's authority to commandeer imperial resources extends across nearly all organizations and institutions. An Inquisitor investigating a threat can requisition Astra Militarum regiments, demand Imperial Navy support, seize control of Administratum facilities, and direct Arbites forces as they see fit. This authority exists without formal limits, as the Inquisition operates on the principle that threats to the Imperium supersede all other considerations. A planetary governor must comply with inquisitorial demands, even if those demands disrupt tithe collection or local governance. An Administratum official must provide whatever records or assistance an Inquisitor requires, regardless of bureaucratic procedures or confidentiality protocols. Refusal to cooperate with an Inquisitor constitutes obstruction of an imperial investigation, an offense that can result in immediate execution. The practical exercise of this authority requires judgment and political awareness from Inquisitors. While they possess the legal power to commandeer any imperial resources, doing so carelessly creates enemies and complications that can undermine investigations. An Inquisitor who requisitions an entire guard regiment for a minor investigation wastes military resources and generates resentment from commanders whose forces get diverted from their assigned missions. An Inquisitor who seizes control of Administratum facilities without clear justification disrupts imperial governance and creates bureaucratic chaos that persists long after the investigation concludes. Experienced Inquisitors request only what they genuinely require and maintain working relationships with other imperial institutions, recognizing that cooperation serves investigations better than heavy-handed assertions of authority. The question of inquisitorial authority over Space Marine chapter masters represents one of the most complex and contested areas of imperial law. The Inquisition theoretically possesses authority over all imperial subjects, which would include Space Marines. However, the Adeptus Astartes maintain substantial autonomy based on their origins as the Emperor's own creations and their role as humanity's ultimate warriors. A chapter master commands warriors whose loyalty runs to the Emperor, their Primarch's legacy, and their chapter's traditions. These commanders do not answer to the High Lords of Terra in the same way as other imperial military forces, and they resist inquisitorial authority that attempts to treat them as subordinates. Inquisitors investigating suspected heresy or corruption within Space Marine chapters face significant challenges. A chapter master who refuses to cooperate with an investigation cannot simply be arrested or executed like a planetary governor or administratum official. The Space Marines loyal to that chapter master will defend him, and the Inquisitor lacks forces capable of overwhelming an entire chapter. Even if the Inquisitor can prove the chapter master's guilt, removing him requires political maneuvering and the cooperation of other imperial institutions. The Inquisitor might present evidence to other chapter masters, request support from loyalist chapters, or appeal to the High Lords for military intervention. These processes take time and involve negotiations between powerful individuals and organizations, very different from the summary authority Inquisitors exercise over conventional imperial citizens. Historical examples demonstrate both successful inquisitorial investigations of Space Marine chapters and catastrophic failures when Inquisitors overreached their practical authority. The months of shame following the First War for Armageddon saw Inquisitor Gesme Cisneros attempt to purge Imperial Guard regiments and civilian populations that had witnessed demonic incursions during the war. When the Space Wolves chapter master Logan Grimnar objected to these purges and protected survivors, Cisneros declared the Space Wolves tainted by their contact with demons. The resulting conflict between the Inquisition and the Space Wolves involved naval battles, assassinations, and political maneuvering that lasted months before other imperial institutions brokered a resolution. The incident demonstrated that inquisitorial authority has practical limits when confronting Space Marine chapters willing to resist, and that conflicts between these powerful institutions can threaten imperial interests more than the original threats being investigated. The Inquisition's authority to declare exterminatus represents its most extreme power, the ability to order the complete destruction of worlds when threats prove too severe for any other response to contain. Exterminatus involves the systematic elimination of all life on a planet through various methods, including cyclonic torpedoes that trigger catastrophic geological upheaval, virus bombs that kill all biological matter, and sustained orbital bombardment that renders worlds uninhabitable. The decision to declare exterminatus carries enormous weight, as it involves sacrificing potentially billions of imperial citizens and whatever resources the world produces. Inquisitors make these decisions when chaos corruption spreads too deeply to purge through conventional means, when demonic incursions threaten to transform worlds into permanent warp rifts, or when genestealer infestations reach the point where tyrannid invasion becomes inevitable. The process of declaring exterminatus involves no formal approval requirements, as Inquisitors possess the authority to make this decision based on their judgment of the threat. However, most Inquisitors consult with colleagues before ordering such extreme action, recognizing that exterminatus represents a failure of other containment methods and that the decision will face scrutiny from other Inquisitors. An Inquisitor who declares exterminatus must be prepared to justify that decision, demonstrating that the threat warranted such drastic response and that no viable alternatives existed. Inquisitors who employ exterminatus carelessly or for insufficient reasons face investigation by their peers and potential censure or execution if their judgment proves faulty. The internal oversight mechanisms within the Inquisition operate through informal networks and the authority of senior Inquisitors rather than codified procedures. Inquisitors maintain contact with their colleagues through various means, including astropathic communication, periodic conclaves, and networks of agents who report on inquisitorial activities throughout their regions. When an Inquisitor's behavior raises concerns among their peers, whether through excessive use of exterminatus, corruption, pursuit of personal vendettas, or other failures, other Inquisitors begin investigating. These internal investigations proceed with the same secrecy and thoroughness as investigations of external threats, as a corrupt Inquisitor possesses all the resources and knowledge necessary to evade conventional oversight. Inquisitorial conclaves serve multiple functions, including coordination of major investigations, resolution of disputes between inquisitors, and judgment of inquisitors accused of corruption or failure. These gatherings bring together inquisitors from across sectors or even segmentums to discuss threats, share intelligence, and make collective decisions about matters requiring coordinated responses. A conclave might coordinate a sector-wide investigation of a chaos cult with cells on multiple worlds, assign responsibility for investigating emerging threats, or judge an inquisitor accused of heresy. The authority of conclaves derives from the collective judgment of experienced inquisitors rather than any formal legal structure, and their decisions carry weight because participants recognize the necessity of internal discipline for maintaining the Inquisition's effectiveness and legitimacy. The process of declaring an inquisitor excommunicate traitoris represents the Inquisition's ultimate internal sanction, a formal declaration that the accused has betrayed the emperor and must be eliminated. This declaration typically emerges from conclave proceedings where evidence of corruption, heresy, or catastrophic failure of duty gets presented and debated. Inquisitors accused of such failures receive opportunities to defend themselves, presenting evidence and arguments to their peers. The judgment of whether to declare an inquisitor excommunicate traitoris rests with the assembled inquisitors, who vote based on the evidence presented and their assessment of the accused's guilt. An inquisitor declared excommunicate traitoris becomes a target for elimination by their former colleagues, hunted across the Imperium by other inquisitors who possess intimate knowledge of inquisitorial methods and resources. These hunts can extend for years or even decades, as rogue inquisitors employ all their training and connections to evade capture. The pursuing inquisitors must operate carefully, as a rogue inquisitor retains all their authority until they are confirmed dead or captured, meaning they can still commandeer imperial resources and operate openly if they choose to do so. The resolution of these hunts typically involves the rogue inquisitor's death, though some are captured and subjected to extensive interrogation before execution to identify any corruption they spread and eliminate their networks of agents and allies. Historical purges within the Inquisition demonstrate the organization's willingness to police itself, even when doing so requires the elimination of significant numbers of its own members. The plague of unbelief in the 36th millennium saw the Inquisition split over questions of how to address the crisis, with different factions advocating contradictory approaches. The resulting internal conflict involved inquisitors declaring each other excommunicate traitoris, assassinations, and the destruction of entire inquisitorial facilities before the situation resolved. The purge eliminated dozens of inquisitors and their retinues, demonstrating that the Inquisition prioritizes its mission over the survival of individual members when internal conflicts threaten its effectiveness. The relationship between the Inquisition and the ecclesiarchy involves both cooperation and tension, as both organizations claim authority over matters of faith and heresy. The ecclesiarchy maintains that religious doctrine falls within its purview, that cardinals and other ministorum officials possess the authority to identify and address heresy within the imperial creed. The Inquisition, particularly the Ordo Hereticus, investigates heresy as a threat to the Imperium that requires their specialized expertise and authority. These overlapping jurisdictions create situations where inquisitors and ecclesiarchal officials compete for control of investigations or disagree about whether specific beliefs or practices constitute heresy requiring suppression. Experienced inquisitors and ecclesiarchal officials navigate these tensions through cooperation and respect for each other's expertise. An inquisitor investigating suspected heresy typically consults with local ecclesiarchy representatives, seeking their knowledge of religious doctrine and their assessment of whether specific practices violate the imperial creed. Similarly, cardinals facing religious movements they cannot address through conventional ministorum channels request inquisitorial assistance, recognizing that some heresies require the Inquisition's specialized capabilities to eliminate. This cooperation breaks down when either party overreaches, with inquisitors sometimes declaring practices heretical that the ecclesiarchy considers acceptable variations in worship, or with ecclesiarchal officials attempting to suppress legitimate inquisitorial investigations through appeals to religious authority. The Inquisition's methods of investigation employ every tool available to the Imperium, from mundane detective work to esoteric techniques involving psychic interrogation and technological analysis. An investigation might begin with an inquisitor arriving on a world in disguise, adopting a false identity, and spending months or years observing suspects and gathering information. The inquisitor employs networks of informants, acolytes who conduct surveillance and gather intelligence while maintaining their own cover identities. These agents report through secure channels, building a comprehensive picture of the situation without alerting targets to the investigation's existence. When the time comes for direct action, inquisitors reveal themselves and employ their full authority to arrest suspects, seize evidence, and eliminate threats. Interrogations employ techniques ranging from conventional questioning to chemical interrogation, psychic probing, and physical torture when subjects refuse to cooperate. The Inquisition maintains that the information gained through these methods justifies whatever suffering subjects endure, as threats to the Imperium must be identified and eliminated regardless of the cost to individuals. Suspects who provide useful information might receive mercy in the form of quick execution rather than extended torture or servitorization. Those who resist or attempt to deceive their interrogators face increasingly severe methods until they break or die, with their deaths considered acceptable losses in the pursuit of information that might save billions. The Astra Militarum operates under a legal framework distinct from civilian imperial law, recognizing that military forces require discipline and command structures that cannot function under the same procedures governing planetary populations. The Tactica Imperialis serves as the foundational doctrinal text governing Imperial Guard operations, a massive compendium of tactical principles, organizational structures, and operational procedures accumulated over 10 millennia of warfare across every conceivable battlefield environment. This document exists in countless versions and editions, with different interpretations circulating among various Guard commands and regimental traditions. The core principles remain consistent across these variations, establishing how Imperial Guard forces organize themselves, conduct operations, and maintain discipline under conditions ranging from conventional warfare to desperate last stands against overwhelming odds. Imperial Guard regulations supplement the Tactica Imperialis with specific rules governing conduct, discipline, and the relationship between ranks. These regulations address everything from proper uniform wear to the chain of command during combat operations to the procedures for requisitioning supplies from Adeptus Munitorum stocks. A newly raised regiment receives copies of relevant regulations along with their initial equipment issue, though the level of detail and comprehensiveness varies enormously. Elite regiments from civilized worlds might receive extensive documentation covering every aspect of military life, while regiments raised from feral worlds might receive simplified versions focusing on essential discipline and basic tactical principles. The expectation remains that officers understand these regulations thoroughly and enforce them within their commands, maintaining the discipline necessary for effective military operations. The legal authority within Imperial Guard regiments flows through a rigid hierarchy that concentrates power in officers while providing mechanisms for maintaining discipline at all levels. A regimental colonel commands their entire regiment with authority approaching that of a planetary governor within the limited domain of their military force. The colonel issues orders, assigns missions to subordinate units, allocates resources, and maintains discipline through a staff of officers who execute their commander's intent. Company captains command their companies with similar authority over their more limited domains, while platoon lieutenants and sergeants maintain discipline and tactical control at even smaller unit levels. This hierarchical structure ensures that orders flow downward efficiently and that every soldier understands their place within the chain of command. The commissariat exists as a separate authority structure that operates alongside the normal military hierarchy, maintaining discipline and ideological purity through methods that conventional officers cannot employ. Commissars receive their training at the Schola Progenium, the same institutions that produce many Arbites, Adeptus Arbites, and other imperial servants. The commissariat's training emphasizes absolute loyalty to the emperor, unwavering dedication to duty, and the psychological fortitude necessary to make decisions that result in the deaths of soldiers under their nominal protection. A commissar assigned to a regiment does not answer to the regimental colonel, though effective commissars maintain working relationships with regimental command that allow coordination without undermining either party's authority. The commissar's primary function involves preventing cowardice, desertion, and heresy within Imperial Guard ranks. A commissar observes their assigned regiment during combat operations, watching for signs that units might break under pressure. Soldiers who flee from the enemy, refuse orders, or demonstrate behavior suggesting they might compromise the regiment's combat effectiveness face immediate judgment from the commissar. The summary execution authority granted to commissars permits them to shoot soldiers on the spot without trial or investigation when circumstances demand such action. A commissar who witnesses a soldier abandoning their position during an enemy assault draws their bolt pistol and executes the coward before their squad mates. The crack of the bolt round and the explosive decompression of the soldier's head serving as immediate reminder to others of what awaits those who fail in their duty. This authority extends beyond individual executions to include decimation when entire units demonstrate cowardice or fail catastrophically in their assigned missions. A company that breaks and flees from an enemy assault might face decimation, with the commissar ordering every 10th soldier executed regardless of their individual conduct during the retreat. The surviving soldiers watch as their comrades die, understanding that collective failure results in collective punishment and that their survival depends on the unit maintaining cohesion under fire. Decimation serves both punitive and practical purposes, eliminating the weakest soldiers while terrorizing survivors into compliance. The practice generates hatred toward commissars among common soldiers, who view these political officers as executioners more concerned with enforcing discipline than winning battles. The balance between maintaining discipline through fear and preserving morale represents the central challenge facing commissars throughout their service. A commissar who executes too freely creates a regiment that fears its own officers more than the enemy, undermining combat effectiveness and potentially triggering mutinies when soldiers conclude they face death regardless of their actions. A commissar who hesitates to execute when circumstances demand it allows cowardice to spread, with soldiers learning that orders can be disobeyed without consequence. Experienced commissars develop judgment regarding when execution serves the regiment's interests and when other methods of maintaining discipline prove more effective. A veteran commissar might execute a single soldier pour, encourager less orders, making an example that prevents wider collapse without decimating units unnecessarily. Commissars also serve as ideological instructors, delivering speeches before battles that emphasize the emperor's divinity, the righteousness of the imperial cause, and the honor of dying in service to humanity. These addresses employ rhetoric designed to inspire soldiers facing horrific combat conditions, reminding them that their sacrifice serves purposes beyond simple survival. A commissar addressing soldiers preparing to assault a fortified position might speak of the billions depending on their success, the emperor's watchful gaze, and the eternal glory awaiting those who fall in battle. The effectiveness of these speeches varies based on the commissar's oratory skills and the soldier's receptiveness, but the practice remains standard across the Astra Militarum as a method of maintaining morale and ideological commitment. The relationship between commissars and regimental officers operates through informal accommodation rather than clearly defined protocols. A colonel who maintains effective discipline within their regiment faces minimal commissar interference, as the commissar recognizes that the colonel's methods achieve the necessary results. A colonel whose regiment shows signs of declining discipline or ideological weakness finds the commissar taking increasingly active roles in enforcement, potentially undermining the colonel's authority if the situation deteriorates sufficiently. Smart colonels maintain regular communication with their assigned commissars, coordinating responses to discipline problems, and ensuring that both parties understand each other's concerns and methods. Conflicts between commissars and regimental command occur when officers view commissar methods as counterproductive, or when commissars conclude that officers have grown too lenient with their soldiers. A colonel who objects to a commissar's execution of soldiers for minor infractions might attempt to restrict the commissar's access to troops or exclude them from command meetings. A commissar who views a colonel as insufficiently rigorous might report their concerns to higher commissariat authorities or take direct action by executing the colonel for dereliction of duty. These conflicts rarely end well for anyone involved, as they undermine unit cohesion and create divided loyalties among soldiers uncertain whether to follow their colonel or the commissar. The Adeptus Munitorum attempts to minimize such conflicts through careful assignment of commissars to regiments, matching commissar temperaments with regimental cultures when possible. Courts-martial procedures for Imperial Guard officers operate according to principles that recognize the difference between common soldiers and command staff. A guardsman accused of crimes faces summary judgment from their immediate superiors or from commissars, with minimal procedural protections and swift punishment. An officer accused of similar offenses receives more elaborate proceedings that acknowledge their position within the military hierarchy and the potential consequences of wrongful conviction. A lieutenant accused of cowardice during combat cannot simply be shot by a commissar without investigation, as the accusation might stem from misunderstanding tactical decisions or from personal conflicts rather than genuine dereliction of duty. The convening of a court-martial requires authorization from senior officers, typically regimental colonels or higher-ranking commanders, depending on the accused officer's rank and the severity of charges. A Lord Commander directing operations across an entire war zone maintains authority to convene courts-martial for any officer within their command, while Lord Militants commanding sector-level military forces can establish tribunals for the most serious cases involving senior officers. The composition of these tribunals typically includes 3 to 5 officers of equal or higher rank than the accused, ensuring that judgment comes from peers who understand the pressures and complexities of military command. Courts-martial proceedings follow structured formats that provide accused officers opportunities to present defenses and call witnesses. The prosecution presents evidence of the alleged offense, which might include after-action reports, testimony from subordinates, recordings from Vox channels, or physical evidence from battlefield sites. The accused officer responds through their own testimony and by calling witnesses who can speak to their conduct and decision-making. The tribunal members question both prosecution and defense witnesses, examining evidence and deliberating before rendering judgment. These proceedings can extend for days or weeks, depending on the complexity of charges and the amount of evidence requiring examination. The standards applied during courts-martial reflect the realities of military command under combat conditions. Officers face judgment not for making mistakes, but for demonstrating cowardice, incompetence so severe it constitutes dereliction of duty, or criminal conduct that violates military law. A company captain whose tactical decisions result in heavy casualties might face criticism and removal from command, but not court-martial unless evidence suggests the decision stemmed from cowardice or criminal negligence. An officer who abandons their post during enemy assault, falsifies reports to conceal failures, or engages in conduct that undermines military discipline faces serious charges that can result in execution if proven. The punishments available to courts-martial range from reprimand and reduction in rank to execution, depending on the severity of offenses and the judgment of tribunal members. An officer found guilty of minor infractions might receive formal reprimand that becomes part of their service record, affecting future promotions and assignments without ending their career. More serious offenses result in reduction in rank, stripping the officer of their position and requiring them to rebuild their career from a lower starting point. Cashiering removes an officer from service entirely, discharging them from the Astra Militarum without honor. Execution remains reserved for the most serious offenses, including cowardice in the face of the enemy, treason, and criminal conduct that threatens the regiment's combat effectiveness or violates fundamental military law. Penal legions represent both punishment and potential redemption for soldiers and officers convicted of military crimes. Rather than simple execution, imperial military law permits the conscription of convicted criminals into specialized units that receive the most dangerous assignments in active war zones. These penal legions consist of convicts who have forfeited their rights and freedoms, serving under conditions that amount to delayed execution sentences. The legal process for conscription into penal legions begins with conviction by court-martial or summary judgment, followed by transfer to penal legion assembly points, where convicts receive minimal training and equipment before deployment to war zones requiring expendable troops. Penal legionnaires wear explosive collars that detonate if they attempt to flee or refuse orders, ensuring compliance through the certainty of immediate death for disobedience. These collars respond to signals from control units carried by penal legion officers and commissars, who maintain authority to execute individual legionnaires or entire squads at will. The psychological impact of wearing these collars proves nearly as effective as their physical function, as legionnaires understand that their lives continue only at the sufferance of their commanders, and that any attempt at escape or resistance results in decapitation by explosive charge. The assignments given to penal legions reflect their expendable status within imperial military planning. Penal units conduct frontal assaults against heavily fortified positions, clear minefields by advancing through them until the mines detonate, and generally serve as cannon fodder that absorbs enemy fire, while regular Imperial Guard units maneuver into more advantageous positions. A Lord Commander planning an assault on an enemy fortress might assign penal legions to attack the main gates, drawing defensive fire and forcing the enemy to commit reserves, while regular Guard regiments infiltrate through less defended approaches. The casualties among penal legionnaires in such operations typically approach 100%, with survivors considered fortunate rather than skilled. The concept of redemption through penal legion service exists in imperial military law, though the practical application proves rare. A legionnaire who survives multiple combat operations and demonstrates genuine loyalty to the Imperium might receive consideration for pardon and transfer to regular Guard units. The criteria for such redemption remain deliberately vague, allowing commanders to exercise discretion while maintaining the principle that exceptional service can wash away previous crimes. A legionnaire who captures an enemy position single-handedly, saves the lives of regular Guard soldiers, or otherwise distinguishes themselves through valor might attract command attention and receive recommendation for pardon. Most legionnaires die long before accumulating sufficient service to warrant such consideration, making redemption a theoretical possibility that motivates some convicts while remaining practically unattainable for the vast majority. Penal battalions differ from penal legions in their composition and legal status, consisting of soldiers who committed lesser offenses or who come from worlds with traditions of atonement through military service. These units maintain more conventional military structure than penal legions, with officers and non-commissioned officers who earn their positions through competence rather than simply surviving longer than their peers. Penal battalions receive more thorough training and better equipment than penal legions, reflecting their status as punishment units rather than simple cannon fodder. A soldier convicted of minor infractions like insubordination or theft might serve in a penal battalion for a fixed term, returning to regular service after completing their sentence if they survive. The Death Corps of Krieg represents a unique case within imperial military law, a regiment that maintains a culture of atonement despite not being a penal legion in any legal sense. The Kriegers volunteer for service in regiments known for accepting the most dangerous assignments and suffering casualty rates that would break other formations. Their culture emphasizes sacrifice and redemption for the sins of their world's past, when Krieg rebelled against the Imperium during the Horus heresy and required 500 years of brutal warfare to bring back into compliance. The Death Corps serves willingly rather than under compulsion, their soldiers seeking death in battle as a form of collective penance for their ancestors' betrayal. Imperial military law treats Death Corps regiments as standard guard formations despite their unusual cultural practices, recognizing that their effectiveness and loyalty outweigh any concerns about their morbid dedication to dying for the Emperor. The legal framework governing Imperial Guard discipline extends to the treatment of enemy prisoners and civilians in war zones. The Tactica Imperialis provides general guidance regarding the handling of captured enemy combatants, though specific procedures vary based on the nature of enemies encountered. Human rebels who surrender might receive interrogation, followed by execution or conscription into penal legions, depending on the information they provide and the judgment of guard commanders. Xenos prisoners typically face immediate execution, as the Imperium recognizes no obligation to provide mercy to alien species and views their continued existence as threats requiring elimination. Chaos cultists and traitors who have fallen to the ruinous powers receive no quarter, with standing orders requiring their immediate execution and the burning of their remains to prevent demonic corruption from spreading. Civilian populations in war zones exist in a legal gray area where Imperial Guard commanders exercise broad discretion regarding their treatment. Civilians who cooperate with Imperial forces and provide intelligence about enemy positions receive protection and minimal rations sufficient to prevent mass starvation. Those who resist Imperial authority, provide aid to enemies, or simply occupy territory that Imperial forces need for military purposes face forcible relocation, conscription into labor battalions, or execution if they prove too troublesome to manage. The Astra Militarum operates under the principle that military necessity supersedes civilian welfare, accepting massive civilian casualties as unfortunate but inevitable consequences of warfare. A guard commander who hesitates to bombard civilian population centers harboring enemy forces commits a failure of duty, as preserving civilian lives at the cost of military effectiveness violates fundamental Guard doctrine. The requisitioning authority granted to Imperial Guard commanders allows them to seize whatever resources their forces require from planetary populations, overriding local property rights and economic concerns. A regiment requiring food, ammunition, vehicles, or other supplies can demand these materials from local governments, or simply take them by force if cooperation proves insufficient. The legal justification for these requisitions rests on the principle that Imperial military operations serve the Emperor's will and therefore supersede any local interests or regulations. Planetary governors who object to Guard requisitions face removal if they persist in their resistance, as the Adeptus Munitorum maintains authority to override local officials when military necessity demands it. The interaction between Imperial Guard forces and Arbites jurisdiction creates situations requiring careful navigation by both military commanders and Arbites judges. A guardsman who commits crimes against local populations while off-duty falls under Arbites jurisdiction if the crimes violate Imperial law, though military commanders often resist surrendering their soldiers to civilian authorities. An Arbites judge investigating such crimes must balance the need to enforce Imperial law against the practical reality that alienating Guard commanders undermines cooperation necessary for maintaining order in war zones. Experienced judges and commanders develop working relationships that allow them to address criminal conduct without creating conflicts that damage both military effectiveness and law enforcement operations. The most serious military crimes involve collaboration with the enemy, whether through providing intelligence to hostile forces, sabotaging Imperial military operations, or actively fighting alongside enemies against Imperial forces. These offenses constitute treason under Imperial military law, warranting immediate execution upon discovery. A soldier suspected of such collaboration faces interrogation by commissars or military intelligence officers who employ whatever methods prove necessary to extract confessions and identify accomplices. The evidence standards for treason convictions during wartime prove minimal, as commanders recognize that prolonged investigations provide opportunities for traitors to cause additional damage. A soldier found with enemy communications equipment or observed providing information to hostile forces faces summary execution without elaborate trial proceedings, their death serving as warning to others while eliminating the immediate threat. Mutiny represents another category of military crime that imperial law treats with extreme severity. A mutiny occurs when soldiers collectively refuse orders, attempt to overthrow their officers, or otherwise act in organized defiance of military authority. The causes of mutinies vary from legitimate grievances about impossible orders to chaos corruption that turns entire units against the Imperium. Imperial military law makes no distinction between justified and unjustified mutiny, treating all organized resistance to authority as crimes warranting the harshest punishment. A unit that mutinies faces decimation at minimum, with ringleaders executed and survivors transferred to penal legions. Entire regiments that mutiny might face complete disbandment and execution of all personnel if the mutiny appears to stem from widespread corruption, or if commanders conclude the unit cannot be salvaged. The suppression of mutinies requires swift and overwhelming response to prevent the rebellion from spreading to other units. Commissars attached to mutinous units attempt to restore order through summary executions of visible ringleaders, shooting soldiers who openly defy orders and demanding that others return to duty. If commissar intervention fails to break the mutiny, loyal units receive orders to suppress the rebellion by force. The resulting combat between Imperial Guard formations proves particularly brutal, as soldiers trained to fight together instead turn their weapons on each other. The suppression of a regimental mutiny might require artillery bombardment of the mutineers' positions, armored assaults that crush resistance through overwhelming firepower, and systematic execution of survivors to ensure the rebellion ends completely. The Space Marines occupy a position within Imperial governance that defies simple categorization, existing simultaneously as the Emperor's most loyal servants, and as organizations that operate largely beyond the legal structures binding other imperial institutions. This unique status traces its origins to the Emperor's creation of the Primarchs and the Space Marine Legions during the Unification Wars and the Great Crusade. The Emperor designed these warriors as instruments of his will, genetic descendants carrying fragments of his own power and purpose. The Primarchs commanded their legions with authority derived directly from the Emperor himself, answering to no intermediary officials or bureaucratic hierarchies. This direct relationship established patterns of autonomy that persisted even after the Horus Heresy shattered the original legion structure and forced the Imperium to reorganize its most powerful military assets. The Codex Astartes, written by Robute Guilliman in the aftermath of the heresy, established the framework that governs most Space Marine chapters in the 41st millennium. This document divided the original legions into smaller chapters of approximately 1,000 warriors, limiting the power any single commander could wield while preserving the Space Marines' effectiveness as military forces. The Codex established organizational structures, tactical doctrines, and principles of chapter governance that Guilliman intended to prevent the catastrophic betrayals that had nearly destroyed the Imperium. However, the Codex functioned as guidance rather than law in the conventional sense. Chapters that followed its precepts did so because they accepted Guilliman's wisdom and recognized the practical benefits of his organizational principles, not because any external authority could compel their compliance. Codex-compliant chapters maintain internal structures that reflect Guilliman's designs, organizing their warriors into 10 companies with specialized roles and capabilities. The first company consists of veterans who have proven themselves through centuries of warfare, authorized to wear Terminator armor and entrusted with the chapter's most dangerous missions. The second through fifth companies serve as battle companies, full-strength formations capable of independent operations with balanced complements of tactical, assault, and devastator squads. The 6th through 9th companies function as reserve formations, providing replacements for battle companies and deploying as needed to reinforce ongoing operations. The 10th company contains scouts, neophytes who have undergone the initial stages of transformation into Space Marines, but have not yet received their full implants and power armor. The chapter master commands this entire structure with authority that recognizes no superior except the Emperor himself. A chapter master determines where his warriors deploy, what threats they address, and how they conduct their operations without requiring approval from the High Lords of Terra, the Administratum, or any other imperial institution. This autonomy extends to internal chapter affairs, including the selection of new recruits, the training of initiates, the maintenance of chapter equipment and facilities, and the administration of justice when battle brothers violate chapter traditions or demonstrate behavior unworthy of their station. The chapter master consults with his captains and senior officers when making decisions, but the final authority rests with him alone. Non-codex chapters maintain even greater divergence from standard imperial military structures, operating according to traditions that predate Guilliman's reforms or that emerged from their unique circumstances and cultures. The Space Wolves of Fenris organize their chapter into great companies led by wolf lords who command forces ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 warriors, depending on recruitment success and combat losses. These great companies operate with substantial independence from the chapter's overall leadership, with wolf lords making their own decisions about deployments and operations, while maintaining loose coordination with other great companies. The Space Wolves reject the Codex Astartes as an attempt to constrain their effectiveness, arguing that their methods proved their worth during the Great Crusade and require no modification to satisfy bureaucratic preferences. The Dark Angels maintain a chapter structure that appears Codex compliant on the surface, but conceals layers of secrecy and internal hierarchies that serve purposes other chapters do not share. The Inner Circle, consisting of the chapter master and senior officers who know the full truth about the fallen angels who betrayed the Legion during the heresy, directs operations aimed at hunting these traitors across the galaxy. This secret mission supersedes all other considerations for the Dark Angels, leading them to abandon battles, ignore calls for assistance, and operate according to priorities that make no sense to outside observers. The chapter maintains its own internal justice system for dealing with fallen angels who are captured, subjecting them to interrogation and execution without involving any external imperial authorities or acknowledging the existence of these prisoners to anyone outside the Inner Circle. The Black Templars reject the Codex's limitations on chapter size entirely, maintaining a crusading fleet-based chapter that numbers several thousand warriors organized into crusade fleets rather than conventional companies. These crusades operate independently across the galaxy, each led by a marshal who commands his own force and pursues his own interpretation of the chapter's eternal mission to purge the Emperor's enemies. The High Marshal coordinates these various crusades loosely, but the practical reality involves dozens of independent forces operating according to their commander's judgment. The Black Templars' size and organization technically violate the principles Guilliman established to prevent any single chapter from accumulating Legion-scale power, yet no imperial authority possesses the capability or willingness to force the Black Templars into compliance with regulations they have rejected for 10,000 years. Chapter homeworlds function as sovereign territories where Space Marine authority supersedes all other governance structures. A chapter that maintains a fortress monastery on a populated world effectively rules that world regardless of what nominal planetary government might exist. The chapter recruits from the population, requisitions whatever resources it requires, and administers justice according to its own traditions, without interference from Arbites judges or Administratum officials. The populations of these worlds understand that they exist to support the chapter's needs, providing recruits, maintaining the fortress monastery's support infrastructure, and accepting whatever demands the Space Marines make upon them. a planetary governor on a space marine homeworld functions as an administrator managing civilian affairs under the chapter's ultimate authority rather than as an independent ruler answering to Terra. Some chapters recruit from feral or feudal worlds where the population maintains primitive cultures deliberately preserved to produce warriors with the qualities space marines require. The Space Wolves recruit from Fenris, a death world where human tribes struggle for survival against hostile environments and dangerous predators. The tribal warriors who survive these conditions and demonstrate sufficient courage and strength receive selection for transformation into Space Marines, undergoing trials that kill most candidates before they even begin the implantation process. The Space Wolves maintain no interest in civilizing Fenris or improving conditions for its population, as the harsh environment produces exactly the type of recruits the chapter needs. Any attempt by Imperial authorities to intervene in Fenrisian affairs or modify the world's culture would face immediate and violent rejection from the Space Wolves, who view their recruiting grounds as sacrosanct. The internal justice systems within Space Marine chapters operate according to traditions that vary enormously between chapters, but share common elements derived from their nature as warrior brotherhoods. A Space Marine who violates chapter regulations, demonstrates cowardice, or brings dishonor upon his brother's faces judgment from his superiors according to procedures established by chapter tradition. Minor infractions might result in additional training, assignment to undesirable duties, or formal reprimand from company officers. More serious violations warrant investigation by the chapter's chaplains, the spiritual leaders who maintain the chapter's traditions and ensure that battle brothers remain loyal to the Emperor and their Primarch's legacy. A chaplain investigating suspected misconduct examines evidence, questions witnesses, and determines whether the accused Space Marine violated chapter law. The standards applied during these investigations reflect the chapter's values and the severity of alleged offenses. A battle brother accused of tactical errors during combat receives evaluation of his decision-making and judgment, with chaplains determining whether mistakes stemmed from reasonable assessments under difficult circumstances or from negligence and incompetence. A Space Marine accused of cowardice faces intense scrutiny, as such charges strike at the core of what it means to be a Space Marine. The chaplain examines the circumstances of the alleged cowardice, considering factors including the tactical situation, the battle brother's previous record, and testimony from squad mates who witnessed his conduct. The punishments available to chapters range from corrective measures designed to restore a battle brother's honor to execution for irredeemable failures. A Space Marine found guilty of minor infractions might undergo additional combat training, serve in the chapter's scout company to relearn basic skills, or receive assignment to particularly dangerous missions where he can prove his worth through exemplary service. More serious offenses result in reduction in rank, stripping the offending Space Marine of any leadership positions and requiring him to rebuild his reputation from a lower status. Some chapters employ ritual humiliation as punishment, requiring guilty battle brothers to perform public penance before their brothers or undertake specific quests to restore their honor. The Death Company of the Blood Angels and their successor chapters represents a unique response to a genetic flaw that causes some battle brothers to lose themselves in visions of their Primarch Sanguinius's death. These afflicted Space Marines become lost in rage and bloodlust, reliving their Primarch's final moments during the Siege of Terra when Horus struck him down. The Blood Angels cannot cure this condition, and battle brothers who succumb to the Black Rage effectively die as individuals even as their bodies continue fighting. The chapter places these warriors in the Death Company, painting their armor black and deploying them in suicidal assaults where their uncontrollable fury can serve the chapter's purposes. This practice occupies a space between punishment and mercy, as the afflicted Space Marines no longer possess the capacity for reason or choice, yet the chapter honors their sacrifice by ensuring their final battles serve the Emperor. Execution remains the ultimate sanction for Space Marines who commit the most severe violations of chapter law. A battle brother who betrays his chapter, demonstrates corruption by chaos, or commits crimes so heinous that no redemption remains possible faces death at the hands of his brothers. The method of execution varies by chapter tradition, with some employing firing squads of battle brothers who end their fallen comrade's life with bolter fire, while others conduct ritual executions that emphasize the spiritual significance of removing a corrupted member from the chapter. The Dark Angels maintain specialized interrogator chaplains who extract confessions from fallen angels before executing them, ensuring that the traitors acknowledge their sins before receiving the Emperor's judgment. Disputes between Space Marine chapters occur periodically throughout Imperial history, emerging from conflicting claims to recruiting grounds, disagreements over tactical decisions during joint operations, or ancient grudges that persist across millennia. These disputes exist entirely outside normal Imperial legal structures, as no external authority possesses the power to compel Space Marine compliance with arbitrated settlements. Chapters resolve their conflicts through direct negotiation between chapter masters, appeals to shared traditions and respect for Primarch legacies, or in extreme cases through limited combat that allows both sides to satisfy honor while avoiding the mutual destruction that full-scale chapter war would entail. The conflict between the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels exemplifies how inter-chapter disputes persist across thousands of years without resolution through external authority. This feud traces its origins to the Horus Heresy, when the Space Wolves destroyed the Thousand Suns Legion on Prospero, and the Dark Angels fought their own civil war against the Fallen. The exact causes of the ongoing animosity between these chapters remain unclear to outsiders, but ritualized combat between individual Space Wolves and Dark Angels occurs whenever forces from both chapters find themselves in proximity. These duels follow unwritten rules that prevent escalation into broader conflict, with champions from each chapter fighting to first blood or unconsciousness while their brothers observe. The Imperium's leadership accepts these contests as preferable to the alternative of two powerful chapters engaging in open warfare that would waste irreplaceable Space Marine lives. The limited circumstances under which Space Marines face accountability from external Imperial authorities reflect the practical and political realities of the Imperium's governance. The declaration of excommunicate traitoris represents the most severe sanction, a formal pronouncement that a chapter has betrayed the Emperor and must be destroyed. This declaration typically emerges from the High Lords of Terra after extensive investigation reveals that a chapter has fallen to chaos, engaged in systematic heresy, or committed acts so contrary to Imperial interests that their continued existence threatens the Imperium itself. The process of declaring a chapter excommunicate traitoris involves consultation with the Inquisition, examination of evidence by administratum officials, and political maneuvering among the High Lords as they balance the necessity of eliminating a corrupted chapter against the practical difficulties of doing so. Once declared excommunicate traitoris, a chapter becomes a target for elimination by loyalist Space Marine chapters, Astra Militarum forces, and any other Imperial military assets that can be brought to bear. The actual destruction of a Space Marine chapter requires enormous military resources, as even a corrupted chapter retains all the combat capabilities that make Space Marines the Imperium's most effective warriors. A chapter master who learns his chapter faces excommunicate traitoris declaration might choose to flee into the Eye of Terror or other regions beyond Imperial control, preserving his warriors while abandoning any pretense of loyalty to the Imperium. Other chapters choose to fight, forcing the Imperium to commit multiple loyalist chapters and substantial conventional forces to eliminate the threat. The Badab War in the late 41st millennium demonstrated both the process of declaring chapters excommunicate traitoris and the immense cost of enforcing such declarations. The conflict began when Luft Huron, chapter master of the Astral Claws, refused to provide gene seed tithes to the Adeptus Mechanicus and declared the Badab sector independent from Imperial authority. Huron's rebellion attracted support from several other chapters, including the Mantis Warriors, Executioners, and Lamenters, creating a coalition that controlled significant territory and military force. The High Lords declared these chapters excommunicate traitores and dispatched loyalist chapters, including the Space Marines Malevolent, Fire Hawks, and Minotaurs, to suppress the rebellion. The resulting war lasted nearly a decade and consumed enormous resources as Space Marine fought Space Marine across multiple star systems. The Loyalist forces eventually prevailed through superior numbers and the defection of some rebel chapters who recognized their cause was lost, but the costs proved staggering. The Astral Claws suffered near total destruction, with Huron and a handful of survivors fleeing into the Maelstrom, where they became the Red Corsairs, a chaos warband that continues raiding Imperial space. The Lamenters received a century-long penitent crusade rather than complete destruction, recognizing that they had been manipulated into rebellion rather than actively choosing betrayal. The Badab War illustrated that even when the Imperium possesses clear legal authority to destroy a chapter, the practical execution of that authority requires years of warfare and the commitment of irreplaceable Space Marine forces. Inquisitorial investigation of Space Marine chapters represents another mechanism through which external authority theoretically holds chapters accountable, though the practical enforcement of inquisitorial findings proves extremely difficult. An inquisitor who suspects a chapter of heresy, corruption, or other serious violations can investigate using all the resources and authority the Inquisition commands. However, Space Marine chapters typically refuse to cooperate with such investigations unless the Inquisitor presents compelling evidence that genuinely concerns the chapter's leadership. A chapter master who believes his chapter has nothing to hide might permit limited inquisitorial access to chapter facilities and records, but he maintains authority to restrict what the Inquisitor can examine and to expel the Inquisitor if their investigation appears to exceed reasonable bounds. An Inquisitor who concludes that a chapter harbors heresy or corruption faces the challenge of enforcing their findings without the military force necessary to compel Space Marine compliance. The Inquisitor might present evidence to other chapters, requesting that they investigate their potentially corrupted brothers and take appropriate action. This approach proves effective when the evidence clearly demonstrates serious problems, as Space Marines take threats to their honor and loyalty seriously. However, chapters generally resent external accusations and resist inquisitorial pressure to police each other, viewing such demands as attempts to undermine Space Marine autonomy. An Inquisitor who pushes too aggressively risks creating conflicts that damage the Imperium more than the original suspected corruption. The months of shame following the First War for Armageddon exemplified the catastrophic consequences when inquisitorial authority and Space Marine autonomy collide without room for compromise. After Space Marines from multiple chapters, including the Space Wolves, fought alongside Imperial Guard forces to repel a demonic invasion of Armageddon, Inquisitor Cisneros ordered the execution of all Guard survivors and the sterilization of civilian populations who had witnessed demonic manifestations. Logan Grimnar, the Space Wolves' Great Wolf, rejected these orders and protected survivors, arguing that the soldiers and civilians had fought loyally and deserved better than execution as reward for their service. Cisneros declared Grimnar and the Space Wolves tainted by their contact with demons and their refusal to accept inquisitorial authority. The resulting conflict involved assassination attempts against Space Wolves' leadership, naval battles between inquisitorial vessels and Space Wolves' ships, and political maneuvering as both sides sought support from other Imperial institutions. The crisis escalated until it threatened to split the Imperium's military forces, with other Space Marine chapters forced to choose between supporting the Inquisition's authority or defending Space Marine autonomy against what they viewed as inquisitorial overreach. The conflict finally ended through negotiated settlement rather than military victory for either side, with both parties agreeing to cease hostilities while leaving fundamental questions about inquisitorial authority over Space Marines unresolved. This incident demonstrated that while Inquisitors theoretically possess authority over all Imperial subjects, including Space Marines, the practical enforcement of that authority against a Space Marine chapter willing to resist proves nearly impossible without support from other chapters. The Inquisition lacks the military forces necessary to destroy a chapter through its own resources, and attempts to compel other chapters to serve as enforcement arms risk, creating exactly the kind of inter-chapter conflicts that threaten the Imperium's stability. The result creates a situation where Space Marine autonomy remains largely intact despite theoretical subordination to inquisitorial and High Lord authority, with accountability enforced only in extreme circumstances where evidence of corruption or betrayal proves so overwhelming that other chapters accept the necessity of intervention. Successor chapters maintain complex relationships with their founding chapters that operate outside formal imperial legal structures. A chapter created during a founding using gene seed from an established chapter typically maintains informal ties to that progenitor, sharing tactical doctrines, honoring the same Primarch, and sometimes coordinating operations when circumstances bring them into proximity. However, these relationships carry no legal force, and successor chapters operate with complete independence from their founders. The Ultramarines maintain closer relationships with their numerous successors than most chapters, with the various Ultramarine successors sometimes coordinating their efforts and responding to requests from Macragge. But even these ties rest on mutual respect and shared tradition rather than any hierarchical authority. The question of who can hold Space Marines accountable ultimately resolves to the practical reality that Space Marines police themselves through chapter traditions and inter-chapter relationships, with external Imperial authority relevant only in the most extreme circumstances. A Space Marine who violates his chapter's codes faces judgment from his brothers according to chapter law. A chapter that falls to corruption faces destruction by other chapters once evidence of that corruption becomes undeniable. The Imperium's formal legal structures touch Space Marines only at the margins, acknowledging their unique status as the Emperor's Angels of Death who serve the Imperium according to their own judgment, rather than through subordination to bureaucratic hierarchies and conventional chains of command. The commercial apparatus that sustains the Imperium across 1,000,000 worlds operates through legal frameworks as complex and Byzantine as any other aspect of imperial governance. Trade between star systems requires coordination between multiple imperial institutions, each maintaining their own regulations and jurisdictions that merchants must navigate to move goods across the void. The Administratum assesses tithes and monitors commercial activity to ensure imperial revenues reach Terra. The Adeptus Mechanicus controls the manufacture and distribution of advanced technology according to their own doctrines. The Imperial Navy patrols shipping lanes and maintains the infrastructure that makes interstellar commerce possible. Within this framework, two distinct categories of merchants operate with very different legal status and capabilities. The Chartist captains who maintain hereditary trade routes along established shipping lanes, and the rogue traders whose ancient warrants of trade grant them extraordinary privileges to operate beyond imperial borders. The Administratum's Department of Cartography and Trade maintains records of approved shipping routes, commercial licenses, and tithe assessments that govern legitimate commerce throughout the Imperium. These records exist in archives scattered across countless worlds, with no single comprehensive database containing all relevant information. A merchant seeking to establish new trade relationships must navigate layers of bureaucracy to obtain necessary permits, pay required fees, and demonstrate compliance with regulations that vary between sectors and subsectors. The process of obtaining commercial authorization can take years as petitions work their way through administratum hierarchies, with clerks examining applications, consulting precedents, and preparing reports that require approval from officials who may be located systems away from where the actual trade will occur. Tithe assessment forms the foundation of imperial commercial regulation, as the Administratum must track economic activity to determine appropriate taxation levels and ensure worlds meet their obligations to Terra. Assessor teams visit imperial worlds periodically to conduct surveys of agricultural production industrial output, population levels, and resource availability. These assessments determine tithe grades that classify worlds according to their productive capacity and strategic importance. An exactis extremis world provides its entire output to imperial needs, typically a forge world or strategic facility whose production serves military purposes. Aptus non-worlds produce minimal surplus beyond their own needs and owe token tithes acknowledging imperial sovereignty without significantly contributing to imperial resources. Most worlds fall somewhere between these extremes, with tithe grades determining what portion of their production must be surrendered to imperial authorities. The calculation of appropriate tithe levels involves examining decades of economic data, comparing current production to historical trends, and adjusting for factors including war damage, natural disasters, and changes in planetary infrastructure. A world that suffers invasion by Xenos forces might receive temporary tithe reduction while it rebuilds damaged facilities and replaces lost population. A world that discovers new mineral deposits or brings additional agricultural land into production faces increased tithe assessments reflecting its enhanced productive capacity. The Administratum approaches these assessments with the understanding that excessive taxation destroys worlds' ability to maintain themselves, while insufficient taxation deprives the Imperium of resources necessary for its survival. The balance proves difficult to achieve, and mistakes occur regularly with consequences ranging from economic hardship to outright rebellion when worlds conclude their tithe burdens exceed what they can bear. Tariffs and customs duties supplement tithe revenues, generating income from goods moving between star systems, while providing mechanisms for the Administratum to monitor and control commercial activity. Customs stations operate at major void ports throughout the Imperium, staffed by Administratum officials who examine cargo manifests, assess duties based on the nature and value of goods being transported, and search for contraband or unauthorized materials. The tariff schedules these officials apply fill volumes of regulations specifying rates for thousands of commodity categories, with different rates applying based on the origin and destination of goods, the trade routes being used, and various exemptions and special cases that merchants must understand to avoid excessive taxation. A merchant vessel arriving at a void port submits its cargo manifest to customs officials who verify the contents against what the ship's master declared. Inspectors board the vessel to examine cargo holds, checking that manifests accurately reflect what the ship carries and searching for contraband, including proscribed technology, Xenos artifacts, or goods being smuggled to avoid tariff payments. The inspection process can take days or weeks depending on the size of the vessel, the complexity of its cargo, and the thoroughness of local customs procedures. Ships carrying cargoes that match their manifests and contain no contraband receive clearance to unload and proceed with their commercial business. Those found carrying undeclared goods or contraband face seizure of the offending materials, substantial fines, and potential criminal prosecution if the violations appear deliberate rather than resulting from honest errors. The enforcement of commercial regulations falls primarily to Administratum officials who lack the military force necessary to compel compliance from merchants who resist inspection or refuse to pay assessed duties. Customs stations maintain small security forces capable of dealing with individual smugglers or minor incidents, but larger enforcement actions require support from planetary defense forces, the Imperial Navy, or the Arbites when violations rise to the level of imperial crimes. A merchant who refuses to submit to customs inspection faces escalating responses beginning with denial of port access and escalating to the seizure of their vessel if they attempt to conduct trade without proper authorization. Merchants who engage in systematic smuggling or who use violence to resist customs officials face Arbites investigation and prosecution for crimes against imperial commerce. Chartist captains represent the backbone of legitimate interstellar trade, merchant families who have operated specific trade routes for generations under charters granted by the Administratum or inherited from the Great Crusade era. These charters grant exclusive rights to conduct trade along designated routes, protecting Chartist captains from competition while obligating them to maintain regular service and transport Imperial personnel and materials when required. A Chartist captain's vessel might ply the same route for centuries, carrying manufactured goods from Forge worlds to agricultural planets and returning with food shipments, establishing relationships with merchants and officials at every port along their route. The hereditary nature of these charters means that Chartist families accumulate knowledge of their roots across generations, understanding local customs, knowing which officials require bribes to expedite cargo processing, and maintaining the commercial networks that make their operations profitable. The legal protections afforded to Chartist captains reflect their importance to imperial commerce and the practical difficulties of maintaining trade across interstellar distances. A Chartist captain operating under valid charter enjoys protection from arbitrary seizure of their vessel, exemption from certain tariffs and fees, and priority access to void port facilities. These privileges exist to ensure reliable commercial service continues even during wartime or other disruptions that might otherwise interrupt trade. The Administratum recognizes that merchants require some assurance of profit to justify the enormous investments required for interstellar trade, and the charter system provides that assurance while maintaining imperial control over who can operate on major trade routes. The obligations accompanying Chartist charters balance these privileges with requirements that ensure imperial interests receive priority over pure commercial concerns. A Chartist captain must transport imperial officials, military personnel, or priority cargoes when requested by appropriate authorities, setting aside commercial shipments to fulfill these obligations. The compensation for such service typically comes in the form of reduced tariffs, priority berthing at void ports, or other considerations rather than direct payment, reflecting the understanding that Chartist captains profit from their exclusive route access and owe service to the Imperium in return. A Chartist captain who refuses legitimate requisitions faces revocation of their charter and the loss of their exclusive trading rights, a sanction that effectively ends their commercial operations and destroys their family's livelihood. The inheritance of Chartist charters follows complex procedures that vary based on the specific terms of individual charters and local customs in the sectors where Chartist families operate. Most charters pass from parent to child within merchant families, with the senior captain designating their heir and ensuring that successor receives training in navigation, commerce, and the diplomatic skills necessary for successful trading operations. Disputes over charter inheritance occur when multiple heirs claim succession rights, when the designated heir proves incompetent, or when a Chartist captain dies without clear succession arrangements. The Administratum maintains courts that adjudicate these disputes, examining the terms of original charters, considering evidence about the qualifications of competing claimants, and issuing rulings that determine who receives authorization to continue operating the route. The relationship between Chartist captains and navigator houses proves essential to their operations, as interstellar travel requires navigators whose unique abilities allow them to perceive the astronomican and guide vessels through the warp. Most Chartist vessels employ navigators on long-term contracts, with merchant families and navigator houses developing relationships that span generations. The legal framework governing these relationships involves contracts specifying compensation, working conditions, and the respective obligations of merchant captains and their navigator employees. A Chartist captain who mistreats their navigator or fails to provide agreed compensation faces sanctions from navigator houses that might include refusal to provide replacement navigators, effectively ending the captain's ability to conduct interstellar trade. Similarly, a navigator who fails to fulfill their contracted obligations faces censure from their house and potential loss of employment opportunities throughout the merchant fleet. Rogue traders occupy a completely different position within imperial commercial law, operating under warrants of trade that grant them privileges and autonomy far exceeding anything available to conventional merchants. These warrants date to the Great Crusade or earlier, signed by the emperor himself or by primarchs and other officials acting with his authority. The documents grant their bearers rights to travel beyond imperial borders, establish trade relationships with xeno-species, claim newly discovered worlds for the Imperium, and maintain private military forces sufficient to protect their operations in hostile territory. The legal foundation of these warrants proves nearly unassailable, as they carry the Emperor's own authority and supersede most conventional imperial regulations. A rogue trader's warrant of trade functions as a combination of commercial license, diplomatic credential, and letter of marque authorizing activities that would constitute serious crimes if undertaken by anyone lacking such authorization. The warrant permits trade with alien species including the Eldar, Tau, and various minor Xenos races, activities that normally result in execution for heresy and collaboration with humanity's enemies. It allows the employment of unsanctioned psychers, mutants, and other individuals who would face persecution if they operated openly within Imperial space. It grants authority to establish colonies on unclaimed worlds, negotiate treaties with human civilizations beyond Imperial control, and generally act as an independent power, pursuing the Imperium's interests through methods unavailable to conventional Imperial institutions. The privileges granted by warrants of trade reflect the practical reality that the Imperium's formal institutions cannot effectively operate in regions beyond established Imperial control. The Administratum's bureaucratic procedures prove too slow and inflexible for frontier operations. The Astra Militarum cannot garrison every discovered world or protect every merchant convoy operating in unsecured space. The Adeptus Mechanicus lacks the resources to maintain tech priest presence throughout the galaxy's unexplored regions. Rogue traders fill these gaps, using their private resources and independent authority to expand Imperial influence, establish trade networks, and identify threats before they reach Imperial space. The Imperium tolerates their extraordinary privileges because rogue traders accomplish objectives that no other Imperial institution can achieve while requiring minimal support from Imperial resources. The military forces maintained by rogue traders range from small retinues of personal guards to private armies rivaling planetary defense forces in size and capability. A successful rogue trader might command a fleet of armed merchant vessels, employ regiments of soldiers recruited from various worlds, and maintain specialists including tech adepts, psychers, and even Xenos mercenaries when circumstances warrant such controversial arrangements. These forces exist outside normal Imperial military structures, answering only to the rogue trader who employs them. The legal authority for maintaining these private armies derives directly from the warrant of trade, which recognizes that rogue traders operating beyond Imperial protection require military capabilities sufficient to defend themselves against pirates, Xenos raiders, and other threats encountered in frontier regions. The inheritance of warrants of trade follows procedures specified within the warrants themselves, with most passing to designated heirs within rogue trader dynasties. These successions occur without requiring administratum approval or oversight, as the warrants grant their bearers authority independent of conventional Imperial hierarchies. A rogue trader designates their successor, typically a family member who has been trained in the dynasty's operations and who demonstrates the capabilities necessary for successful frontier trading. Upon the current warrant holder's death, the designated heir assumes all rights and responsibilities associated with the warrant. Disputes over warrant inheritance occasionally occur when succession arrangements prove unclear or when multiple claimants assert rights to the warrant, but these disputes get resolved within rogue trader dynasties or through appeals to other warrant holders rather than through administratum courts. The scope of activities permitted under warrants of trade extends far beyond simple commerce, encompassing exploration, colonization, diplomacy, and military operations in service of Imperial expansion. A rogue trader discovering a previously unknown human civilization can negotiate its integration into the Imperium, offering trade relationships and Imperial protection in exchange for acknowledgement of the Emperor's sovereignty and agreement to pay tithes. If negotiation fails, the same rogue trader possesses authority to employ military force to bring the world into compliance, effectively conducting private wars of conquest that expand imperial territory. Worlds claimed by rogue traders become imperial possessions, though the discovering rogue trader typically retains significant influence over the world's governance and receives preferential trading rights as reward for bringing it into imperial control. The relationship between rogue traders and the Adeptus Mechanicus involves complex negotiations regarding technology, as rogue traders frequently encounter archaeotech and Xenos devices during their explorations, while the Mechanicus maintains doctrines severely restricting who can possess and study advanced technology. A rogue trader who discovers standard template construct technology or other valuable archaeotech faces pressure from the Mechanicus to surrender these discoveries for proper study and veneration. The Mechanicus offers compensation for such surrenders, but rogue traders understand that unique technology provides competitive advantages and prove reluctant to give up valuable discoveries. The resulting negotiations balance the Mechanicus's desire to control all significant technology against the rogue traders' warrant-granted independence and their practical need for advanced equipment to survive frontier operations. The enforcement of commercial law regarding smuggling, black market operations, and tithe fraud occupies significant Arbites resources, as these crimes directly threaten imperial revenues and undermine the regulatory systems that maintain order in imperial commerce. Smuggling encompasses the transportation of goods in violation of imperial regulations, whether to avoid tariff payments, move contraband materials, or supply markets that imperial authorities have declared off-limits. The scale of smuggling operations varies from individual merchants concealing portions of their cargoes to avoid customs duties to organized criminal enterprises that move substantial quantities of goods through networks of corrupt officials and false documentation. Arbites' investigations of smuggling operations begin with analysis of shipping records, customs reports, and intelligence from informants who report suspicious activities. Investigators examine patterns in declared cargoes, looking for discrepancies that suggest merchants are falsifying manifests or concealing goods within legitimate shipments. They coordinate with customs officials to identify vessels that consistently avoid inspection or that show unusual patterns in their trading activities. When evidence suggests significant smuggling operations, Arbites judges authorize raids on suspected vessels and facilities, deploying arbitrators to search for contraband and arrest those involved in illegal commerce. The prosecution of smuggling cases depends on the nature and scale of the violations. A merchant caught concealing portions of their cargo to avoid tariffs faces fines, confiscation of the smuggled goods, and potential loss of their trading license for repeat offenses. These cases typically get handled through administratum commercial courts rather than full Arbites prosecution, as they represent regulatory violations rather than serious crimes against the Imperium. Smugglers moving contraband, including proscribed technology, Xenos artifacts, or goods connected to heretical activities, face Arbites jurisdiction and much more severe consequences. The Arbites treat such smuggling as crimes against imperial security, prosecuting offenders through field tribunals that result in execution or servitorization for those found guilty. Black market operations that supply goods outside legitimate commercial channels undermine imperial control over trade and deprive the administratum of tariff revenues. These markets emerge in response to scarcity, excessive regulation, or demand for goods that imperial authorities prohibit. A hive world experiencing food shortages might develop extensive black markets where merchants sell supplies diverted from official distribution channels at inflated prices. A forge world might see black market trade in components and materials that workers steal from manufactorums and sell to independent craftsmen. The Arbites recognize that eliminating black markets entirely proves impossible given the Imperium's vast scale and the economic pressures that drive their formation, but they prosecute major operators whose activities significantly impact imperial revenues or public order. Tithe fraud represents the most serious category of commercial crime, as it directly threatens the imperial revenues necessary for maintaining the Administratum, funding military operations, and supporting the countless institutions that sustain the Imperium. Planetary governors who falsify production records to reduce their tithe obligations commit fraud that, if detected, results in their execution and typically the imposition of increased tithe grades on their worlds as punishment. Merchants who divert goods intended for tithe shipments to private sale commit similar fraud, stealing from the Imperium to enrich themselves. Administratum officials who accept bribes to overlook tithe shortfalls or falsify assessment records betray their oaths and enable fraud that compounds across multiple worlds and years. The investigation of tithe fraud requires extensive examination of economic records, production data, and shipping manifests to identify discrepancies between reported and actual planetary output. Arbites investigators work with Administratum assessors to audit planetary records, comparing current production levels to historical trends and examining whether reported shortfalls result from legitimate factors like war damage or natural disasters versus deliberate falsification. These investigations can take years to complete given the complexity of planetary economies and the difficulty of obtaining accurate information across interstellar distances. When investigations confirm fraud, the Arbites move decisively to arrest those responsible and recover whatever diverted resources can be located. The penalties for tithe fraud reflect the severity with which the Imperium views crimes against its revenue systems. Governors found guilty of systematic fraud face public execution, with their deaths broadcast across their worlds as warnings about the consequences of betraying imperial trust. Merchants involved in diverting tithe goods face similar fates, with their assets seized and their families stripped of wealth accumulated through criminal activity. Administratum officials who enabled fraud through accepting bribes or falsifying records face execution or servitorization, their corruption viewed as particularly egregious given their positions of trust within imperial bureaucracy. The worlds where fraud occurred typically face increased tithe assessments and enhanced monitoring to prevent future violations, with Administratum officials maintaining closer oversight until they gain confidence that compliance has been restored. The coordination between various imperial institutions in enforcing commercial law proves essential, given that no single organization possesses all the resources and authority necessary for comprehensive enforcement. The Administratum identifies potential violations through its monitoring of commercial activity and tithe collection. The Arbites investigate suspected crimes and prosecute offenders when violations rise to the level of imperial offenses. The Imperial Navy patrols shipping lanes and intercepts vessels suspected of smuggling or piracy. The Adeptus Mechanicus monitors technology transfers and investigates unauthorized possession of proscribed devices. These organizations share intelligence and coordinate operations, though institutional rivalries and jurisdictional disputes complicate cooperation and create gaps that sophisticated criminals exploit. The legal framework governing imperial commerce ultimately reflects the same pragmatic approach found throughout imperial governance, balancing the need for regulation and control against the practical impossibility of micromanaging economic activity across a million worlds. The Imperium establishes broad principles, including tithe obligations, prohibitions on certain categories of trade, and requirements for commercial authorization. It grants privileges to Chartist captains and rogue traders that enable them to conduct trade effectively while serving imperial interests. It prosecutes violations that threaten imperial revenues or security while tolerating minor infractions that do not justify the resources required for comprehensive enforcement. This system functions adequately despite its inefficiencies, because the Imperium's survival depends not on perfect economic optimization, but on maintaining sufficient commercial activity to sustain its military forces and institutions, while preventing criminal enterprises from undermining imperial authority. The opening of the Great Rift in the closing years of the 41st millennium fractured the Imperium in ways that fundamentally altered how imperial law functions across human space. The massive warp storm tore through the galaxy from the Eye of Terror to the Hadex anomaly, splitting the Imperium into two distinct regions that imperial authorities designated Imperium Sanctus and Imperium Nihilus. The former encompasses Terra and roughly half of imperial territory, maintaining relatively stable warp routes and communication with the throne world. The latter, also called the Dark Imperium, contains worlds cut off from the Astronomican's light and isolated from regular contact with Terra by warp storms that make travel and communication unreliable at best and impossible at worst. This division created unprecedented challenges for maintaining unified legal authority across territories that can no longer coordinate their actions or receive guidance from central imperial institutions. The Administratum's capacity to enforce uniform legal standards collapsed in Imperium Nihilus almost immediately after the rift's opening. Worlds that previously received regular visits from Administratum assessors, Arbites circuit judges, and other imperial officials found themselves operating in isolation for years or decades between contacts with higher authorities. The astropathic communication network that previously allowed worlds to request guidance on legal questions or report violations requiring intervention became unreliable, with messages taking months or years to reach their destinations if they arrived at all. Planetary governors who once operated within frameworks of imperial oversight discovered they must make decisions without the possibility of consulting Terra or receiving clarification about how imperial law applies to situations they face. The legal consequences of this isolation manifest differently across various categories of imperial worlds. Hive worlds maintaining substantial Arbites presence continue enforcing the Lex Imperialis according to established precedents, with precinct fortresses serving as repositories of legal knowledge and Arbites, judges interpreting imperial law based on their training and archived records. These judges operate with greater autonomy than before the rift's opening, making decisions that would previously have warranted consultation with segmentum or sector authorities. A judge facing a complex legal question regarding whether a planetary custom violates imperial mandates must now rely entirely on their own judgment, and whatever precedents exist in their fortress archives, knowing that requesting guidance from higher authorities might result in responses arriving years too late to address the immediate situation. Forge worlds under Mechanicus control maintain their own legal systems largely independent of the broader imperial framework, a situation that changed little with the rift's opening. The tech priests continue enforcing Mechanicus doctrine according to their traditions, with the fabricator locum commanding each forge world exercising the same authority they possessed before communication with Mars became difficult or impossible. The primary change involves the loss of regular contact with Mars itself, forcing forge worlds to interpret Mechanicus doctrine without the possibility of appealing to the Fabricator General for clarification on techno-heresy questions or authorization for unusual manufacturing projects. Some forge worlds respond to this isolation by becoming more conservative in their interpretations, avoiding any actions that might later be judged as violations of Martian authority. Others embrace their newfound independence, pursuing projects and innovations that would have required Martian approval under normal circumstances. Feudal and feral worlds experience perhaps the least disruption to their legal systems, as these populations always operated with minimal imperial oversight beyond tithe collection and the occasional visit from Arbites or ecclesiarchal officials. A night world's noble houses continue resolving disputes through their traditional mechanisms, with the loss of regular imperial contact affecting primarily the timing of tithe shipments rather than day-to-day governance. The populations of these worlds might not even realize the broader Imperium faces a crisis, as their isolation from galactic events means the Great Rift's opening changes little about their immediate circumstances. They continue following their customs, maintaining their social structures, and preparing whatever tithes they can manage to deliver when imperial ships eventually arrive to collect them. The greatest legal challenges in Imperium Nihilus emerge on civilized worlds that previously maintained close integration with broader imperial institutions. These populations grew accustomed to regular contact with the Administratum, relied on Arbites' presence to supplement local law enforcement, and expected that violations of imperial law would receive attention from higher authorities. The sudden isolation forces these worlds to develop more self-sufficient legal systems capable of addressing threats without external support. A planetary governor facing a suspected genestealer cult infiltration previously could request inquisitorial assistance, knowing that experts in combating such threats would eventually arrive with the resources and knowledge necessary for comprehensive purges. That same governor now must rely on local Arbites, planetary defense forces, and whatever expertise exists within their own administration to identify and eliminate the cult before it triggers an uprising. The Inquisition's operations in Imperium Nihilis demonstrate both the organization's adaptability and the severe constraints imposed by the Rift's disruption of communication and travel. Inquisitors operating beyond the Rift find themselves cut off from their colleagues, unable to request support from other ordos or coordinate investigations across multiple sectors. An Ordo Hereticus Inquisitor investigating heretical movements must operate with whatever resources they brought with them, or can requisition from local authorities, knowing that calling for Sisters of Battle reinforcements or requesting additional inquisitorial support might result in no response or responses arriving years after the investigation concludes. This isolation forces inquisitors to exercise even greater independence than usual, making decisions about exterminatus and other extreme measures without the possibility of consulting colleagues or receiving validation that their judgments align with broader inquisitorial policy. Some inquisitors respond to this isolation by becoming more aggressive in their investigations and more willing to employ extreme measures, reasoning that the threats they face require immediate action regardless of normal procedures or concerns about overreach. Others grow more cautious, recognizing that mistakes made in isolation cannot be corrected through appeals to higher authorities, and that excessive use of exterminatus or other devastating sanctions might eliminate threats while destroying worlds that could have been saved through more measured responses. The lack of oversight from inquisitorial conclaves means these different approaches develop without the moderating influence that peer review normally provides, creating situations where inquisitors in neighboring sectors might pursue radically different policies based entirely on their individual judgment. Robute Guilliman's return and assumption of the title Lord Commander of the Imperium introduced new complications to imperial legal systems already strained by the Great Rift's opening. The Primarch arrived with clear visions of how the Imperium should function, informed by his experiences during the Great Crusade and his observations of how 10,000 years of drift have distorted the Emperor's original intentions. Guilliman's legal reforms attempt to restore rationalist principles to imperial governance, reducing the ecclesiarchy's influence over secular matters, streamlining administratum bureaucracy, and re-establishing clear chains of command that the millennia had obscured through accumulated tradition and institutional rivalry. These reforms face resistance from institutions that accumulated power and autonomy during Guilliman's absence. The ecclesiarchy views the Primarch's attempts to separate religious and civil authority as attacks on the imperial creed itself, arguing that faith in the Emperor provides the foundation for all imperial governance, and that distinguishing between spiritual and temporal matters ignores the reality of how the Imperium actually functions. Cardinals and preachers who spent their entire lives operating in systems where religious authority superseded secular considerations resist changes that would subordinate ministorum officials to administratum bureaucrats or Arbites judges in matters the ecclesiarchy considers its proper domain. The administratum's response to Guilliman's reforms proves equally complicated, as the organization's vast bureaucratic apparatus operates according to procedures refined over millennia. Guilliman's demands for streamlined decision-making and faster responses to emerging crises conflict with bureaucratic systems designed to process information thoroughly rather than quickly. A Primarch accustomed to issuing orders and seeing them executed with Space Marine efficiency grows frustrated with Administratum officials who explain that implementing his directives requires years of procedural steps, consultations with various departments, and the preparation of documentation that must work its way through multiple layers of approval before changes can occur. The officials themselves understand that Guilliman possesses the authority to override their procedures, but they also recognize that the Administratum's careful processes exist for reasons that a Primarch focused on military efficiency might not fully appreciate. The tension between Guilliman's rationalist approach and the accumulated weight of imperial tradition manifests most clearly in questions about the Emperor's divinity and the role of faith in imperial governance. Guilliman remembers the Emperor as his father and creator, a being of immense power and vision, but fundamentally a man rather than a god. The imperial creed that developed during his absence teaches that the Emperor represents humanity's one true deity, that worship provides spiritual protection against chaos, and that faith matters more than reason in determining proper conduct. Guilliman cannot simply declare the imperial creed false without triggering crises that would fracture the Imperium more thoroughly than any military threat. He must work within systems built on foundations he considers flawed, attempting to reform institutions without destroying the faith that sustains billions of imperial citizens. The practical implementation of Guilliman's legal reforms proceeds unevenly across Imperium Sanctus, with some sectors embracing changes, while others maintain traditional practices despite official directives from Terra. A sector where Guilliman personally oversees implementation sees rapid adoption of new procedures, as local officials recognize that defying a Primarch's direct orders invites consequences they cannot survive. Sectors distant from Guilliman's attention continue operating according to established precedents, with officials reasoning that the new directives represent temporary aberrations that will fade once the immediate crisis passes and normal imperial governance resumes. The Administratum's vast scale and communication delays mean that even officials who genuinely wish to implement reforms face years of effort translating general principles into specific procedures applicable to their local circumstances. The Arbites' response to Guilliman's reforms demonstrates the organization's fundamental conservatism and commitment to established precedent. Arbites' judges spent their entire careers learning to interpret and enforce imperial law as it existed before Guilliman's return. The Primarch's directives create situations where judges must choose between following new orders from the Lord Commander and maintaining consistency with precedents established over millennia. A judge facing this choice typically defaults to established precedent unless Guilliman's directives address the specific situation so clearly that ignoring them would constitute open defiance. This approach preserves legal consistency and prevents the chaos that would result from judges arbitrarily abandoning established interpretations, but it also slows the implementation of reforms and creates situations where different judges apply conflicting standards based on their individual assessments of whether new directives supersede old precedents. The increasing influence of the ecclesiarchy in legal matters represents a trend that predates Guilliman's return, but accelerated during the crisis following the Great Rift's opening. Populations facing demonic incursions, Xenos invasions, and the general horror of the Dark Imperium turned to faith for comfort and explanation, with the Ministorum providing spiritual guidance that helps citizens endure circumstances that would otherwise break their will to resist. This increased reliance on faith translates into greater ecclesiarchal influence over governance, as planetary populations defer to cardinals and preachers on matters ranging from criminal justice to economic policy. A cardinal who declares a particular practice heretical finds local authorities eager to suppress it regardless of whether the practice actually violates imperial law, as officials recognize that defying the ecclesiarchy risks triggering religious unrest more dangerous than whatever threat the practice itself posed. The blurring of religious and civil law creates situations where crimes get defined primarily in spiritual terms rather than according to established legal categories. A citizen accused of heresy faces trial before ecclesiastical courts, where cardinals determine guilt based on theological arguments, and the accused's demonstrated faith rather than examination of evidence according to legal procedures. The punishments imposed reflect religious rather than legal considerations, with sentences designed to save souls and demonstrate the emperor's mercy or wrath depending on whether the accused shows genuine repentance. These ecclesiastical proceedings operate parallel to Arbites' jurisdiction, creating confusion about which authority properly handles specific cases and generating conflicts when Arbites judges conclude that ecclesiarchal courts convicted individuals who violated no actual imperial law. The rise of faith-based judgment over evidence-based prosecution accelerates in regions where traditional legal institutions prove unable to address the scale of threats populations face. A hive world experiencing cult uprisings might see the ecclesiarchy assume primary responsibility for identifying and punishing heretics, with cardinals directing purges based on their spiritual discernment rather than waiting for Arbites' investigations to gather evidence through conventional methods. The resulting purges eliminate genuine threats, but also sweep up innocent citizens, whose only crime involves appearing suspicious to zealous preachers or failing to demonstrate sufficient faith during mass religious observances. The Arbites recognize these purges violate proper legal procedures, but judges also understand that intervening against ecclesiarchal actions risks undermining the faith that holds populations together during crises when rational governance alone proves insufficient. Emerging threats to imperial law include genestealer cult infiltration of legal institutions themselves, a development that demonstrates the insidious nature of tyrannid vanguard organisms and the difficulty of maintaining secure institutions across the Imperium's vast territories. Genestealer cults operate through multi-generational infiltration, with infected individuals appearing entirely human while harboring genetic corruption that passes to their offspring. These cultists infiltrate every level of imperial society, including planetary governments, administratum offices, and even Arbites precincts. A judge who unknowingly employs cultist clerks finds their investigations compromised as evidence disappears, witnesses receive intimidation, and cult members receive warnings about impending raids. The cultists work patiently across decades, positioning themselves in key positions where they can protect the cult's growth while appearing to serve imperial interests. The detection of genestealer infiltration within legal institutions requires vigilance that proves difficult to maintain given the Imperium's countless other threats. Arbites judges investigating unusual patterns in criminal cases might notice that certain suspects consistently escape conviction despite strong evidence, that witnesses frequently recant testimony, or that evidence gets lost with suspicious regularity. These patterns suggest corruption rather than genestealer activity initially, leading investigators down false paths while the cult continues spreading. Only when investigators examine genetic samples or observe suspects displaying obvious hybrid characteristics does the true nature of the infiltration become apparent, typically after the cult has compromised significant portions of local institutions. The response to confirmed genestealer infiltration within Arbites precincts or other legal institutions requires complete purges that eliminate not merely identified cultists, but anyone who might have been exposed to their influence. An Arbites precinct fortress discovered harboring genestealer hybrids faces systematic investigation of every member, with genetic testing and psychic screening employed to identify all compromised individuals. The infected face immediate execution, their bodies burned to prevent any possibility of genetic material spreading. Their families undergo similar testing and face execution if genetic corruption appears in any member. The records and cases these cultists handled receive complete review to identify any miscarriages of justice or compromised investigations that require reopening. The entire process can take months and effectively paralyzes the precinct's normal operations, but the alternative of allowing Genestealer taint to persist proves unacceptable. Chaos corruption of Arbites precincts represents an even more insidious threat than Genestealer infiltration, as demonic influence operates through spiritual corruption rather than genetic infection. A judge who begins consulting forbidden texts seeking knowledge to address difficult cases might find themselves gradually influenced by the very materials they study. An arbitrator who witnesses demonic manifestations during investigations might develop psychological vulnerabilities that entities exploit to establish footholds in real space. The corruption spreads through social networks as compromised individuals recruit colleagues, subordinates, and family members into practices that begin innocuously but escalate into full chaos worship. A precinct fortress that falls to chaos corruption becomes a base for spreading taint throughout the surrounding territory, with corrupted judges using their authority to protect cultists, suppress investigations of heretical activity, and gradually transform their jurisdiction into a breeding ground for demonic incursion. The Inquisition maintains specialized teams for investigating suspected chaos corruption within imperial institutions, recognizing that organizations like the Arbites require particular attention given their authority and access to information about threats throughout their jurisdictions. An inquisitor investigating a potentially corrupted precinct operates with extreme caution, as alerting the targets to investigation allows them to destroy evidence, eliminate witnesses, and potentially flee before they can be apprehended. The inquisitor employs external agents to gather intelligence, monitors communications for signs of heretical activity, and builds comprehensive cases before revealing their presence. When the investigation confirms corruption, the Inquisitor coordinates with loyalist Arbites from other precincts or with military forces to assault the compromised fortress, overwhelming its defenders and capturing or killing all personnel before they can mount effective resistance or summon demonic aid. The challenge of maintaining order in an increasingly fractured Imperium extends beyond specific threats like Genestealer cults or chaos corruption to encompass the broader question of whether Imperial law can function effectively when the Imperium itself no longer operates as a unified entity. The Great Rift created two Imperiums that cannot coordinate their legal systems or maintain consistent interpretations of the Lex Imperialis. Guilliman's reforms introduce changes that some sectors embrace while others reject. The ecclesiarchy expands its influence over legal matters in ways that conflict with traditional separations between religious and civil authority. These developments create an Imperium where the meaning of imperial law varies significantly based on location, the temperament of local authorities, and the specific threats populations face. The Arbites adapt to these circumstances by emphasizing core principles of imperial law while accepting that specific applications must vary based on local conditions. A judge operating in Imperium Nihilus recognizes they cannot enforce imperial law exactly as it functions in Imperium Sanctus, as the isolation and constant threats require flexibility that peacetime enforcement would not permit. The judge focuses on maintaining essential imperial authority, ensuring that planetary governors acknowledge Terra's sovereignty even if they cannot communicate with the throne world, suppressing heresy and rebellion that threaten imperial cohesion, and preserving the fundamental principle that imperial law supersedes local preferences when the two conflict. This approach maintains imperial legal authority in principle while acknowledging that practical enforcement must adapt to circumstances that the Lex Imperialis' original architects never anticipated. The future of imperial justice depends ultimately on whether the Imperium can restore communication and coordination between its fractured territories, or whether the division created by the Great Rift becomes permanent. If warp roots stabilize and the Astronomican's light penetrates Imperium Nihilus, the Administratum can resume coordinating legal interpretations across the galaxy. The Arbites can re-establish their networks of precinct fortresses operating according to consistent precedents, and the Inquisition can coordinate investigations across sectors rather than operating in isolation. The legal systems that developed during the crisis would require reconciliation with those maintained in Imperium Sanctus, a process that would take decades or centuries, but that could eventually restore unified imperial law across human space. If the division proves permanent, imperial law will continue fragmenting into regional variations that share common origins, but diverge increasingly as isolated populations adapt to their specific circumstances. Imperium Nihilus might develop its own legal traditions, informed by the constant warfare and isolation that define existence beyond the rift, while Imperium Sanctus maintains closer connections to Terra and the legal precedents accumulated over 10 millennia. The two regions would remain parts of the same Imperium in theory, acknowledging the Emperor's sovereignty and claiming to enforce the Lex Imperialis, but the practical meaning of imperial law would differ substantially between territories that can no longer coordinate their interpretations or learn from each other's experiences. The Imperium has survived 10,000 years of constant warfare, internal division, and threats that would have destroyed lesser civilizations. Its legal systems proved resilient enough to maintain order across 1 million worlds despite communication delays, institutional rivalries, and the accumulated weight of tradition that often obscured the original purposes of imperial law. The challenges facing imperial justice in the wake of the Great Rift's opening represent intensifications of problems the Imperium always faced rather than entirely new categories of threat. Arbites judges continue enforcing imperial law according to their training and the precedents available to them. Inquisitors pursue threats to the Imperium with the same dedication they always demonstrated. Planetary governors maintain order within their domains while acknowledging imperial authority. The Administratum processes information and issues directives according to procedures refined over millennia. These institutions adapt because they must, because the alternative involves the complete collapse of imperial governance and the fragmentation of humanity into isolated worlds that would fall individually to threats they cannot resist alone. The Imperium's legal systems will continue functioning because the personnel staffing them understand that their work sustains the only civilization capable of protecting humanity from the horrors that surround it. Whether imperial law evolves into something more effective and responsive to the Imperium's needs, or ossifies into increasingly irrelevant traditions that populations ignore, while maintaining nominal compliance, remains to be determined by decisions made across countless worlds by officials who will never know how their choices contribute to the broader pattern of imperial survival or decline. The Imperium endures not through the perfection of its institutions, but through their persistence in the face of circumstances that should have destroyed them millennia ago. Imperial justice continues because judges keep enforcing the law, because inquisitors keep hunting threats, because the Arbites maintain their fortress precincts and train new generations of arbitrators who learn to serve the Emperor through upholding the Lex Imperialis. The future of imperial justice looks much like its past, an endless struggle to maintain order across impossible distances against threats that never relent, sustained by the dedication of individuals who understand that their service matters even when they cannot see its broader impact. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war, but within that eternal conflict, imperial law persists as one of the few forces holding humanity together against the darkness that would consume it.